after that, we are ready for the first session of our 5-day workshop, that is nutritional assessment, dietary profile, and anthropometry among Indian children, adolescents, and adults, understanding from community to policy level. We have YouTube links from the very inaugural ceremony till the last day itself. If you still have not received the YouTube links, we can get it accessed for you. We'll send it to you so that you can send it, share it with your friends and families as well who wants to watch, or anybody who is interested in our convention. And now we will get started with the first one, that is the introduction to the workshop. And to get started with it, may I invite to the stage Scientist D and Organizing Secretary ICMR RMRC Bhubaneswar, Dr. Subhendu Kumar Acharya. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. A warm welcome, Dr. Acharya. Over to you.
Can you give me that? No. No file. No file down.
Dr. Subhendu Kumar Acharya, an anthropologist with a specialization in biosocial and behavioral research involving humans. His research aims to study human suffering and pain in different contexts. His priority areas of research focus on social and cultural determinants of health among vulnerable communities like tribal and scheduled caste communities, adolescents, marginalized populations living in slums, orphanages, and rehabilitation centers, etc., in India. He works on biosocial and biomedical indicators explaining human disease and health. At present, he is working on some of the allied aspects of his priority research, such as healthcare among vulnerable groups during disasters and health communication in resource scanty human societies. His experience around human suffering and pain has substantially pushed him to look around bioethics, his other interest. He also has been pursuing the studies around vulnerability of people living in the poor settings regarding their nutrition. In this context, the triple burden of undernutrition, obesity, and hypertension was first time reported in their study among multiple tribal communities in different states of India. His recent research around mental health in India, with a special focus on adolescents, has also got some important findings. Like their study among adolescents living in slum populations in Bhubaneswar brought in several important explanations for adolescent mental health. They also explored their memories of suffering around disasters of the recent past. Similarly, their ongoing research on adolescent mental health among more than 25 tribal communities in Odisha has brought in important insights regarding mental health needs at the community level and particularly during various calamities. And we are going to learn more from his words and address. Please welcome the Scientist D at RMRC Bhubaneswar, Dr. Subhendu Kumar Acharya.
Thank you. So a very heartful or very means I'm really happy that finally we have come to this technical session. We have completed our the main part, first part of the thing where a lot of stress and many things are there. So before starting this session, respected my some of my teachers, some of my very senior people here. Pota sir is there, Kaushik sir is there, Patra sir is there. They are all my inspirations for us. So, and all team from UNICEF, Shupana ma'am, and Saurabh sir. He has been instrumental from the day one. He had made the things from this place to this place. So a lot of credit goes to him. So in this whole technical session, before going to this, I'll just briefly tell you what is this whole workshop is all about. Uh, Actually, it started with a very typical scenario of Odisha, that the nutrition scenario that we see in our state, that we realized in our adolescence research in Odisha. So we conducted around this large-scale study among around 19 tribes, mostly adolescent. And as we have shown in that report, you will find that there are around 55% plus undernutrition, stunting is 46, and all these things. So when we realize these things, then we realize that we have to do something with respect to nutrition. And it is not about nutritional, means hardcore nutrition, rather it is more about doing something with respect to behavior. Because if you all see recently in 2023, the Lancet report, it says that more than 60% of the diseases can be prevented only by behavioral changes. It may be communicable, it may be non-communicable, it may be vector-borne, it may be any. So we thought that let us do something. I'm basically a biosocial behavioral scientist. So we thought to come up with such a design or some effort where we can train some people in a 5 day. I know this 5 day is very short to train someone about full, but at least we can sensitize the people in a way so that they will be interested, they will continue, and those who are continuing, they will get a push, and we can have a larger scenario, one network of scientists. You will be happy to know that, sir, we have recently done one Odisha chapter of NSI, Nutrition Society of India. We have got 81 nutritionists from Odisha only in that chapter, and we are going to extend it further. So that chapter will be like a what you call, will be a think tank to government in next level, whatever the thing that will come up. And this chapter will keep on sitting in multiple times, and will come up with various at least solutions or some strategy for the state. So that is one of the background of this study workshop. And on the basis of our that adolescent study, we applied it to Dietary. Dietary was, we are so happy and so thankful to Department of Health Research that they funded us full 10 lakhs. We applied 10 lakhs and they gave us 10 lakhs for this workshop, 9 lakhs something. So it was we are so happy, and means every till now it is going I'm small first thing might be there, please don't mind, but largely I hope things are going in a very pleasant way, and people are happy to means a maximum extent. So in this particular workshop, in next 5 days, we have, you will be happy to know that we have our trainers, our resource persons from very diverse scenario. If you see, Suparna ma'am is there. She has been working on food system and traditional food practices, all these things. Ma'am will be there with us. Whole UNICEF team, they were so generous to us. They all at least could coordinate and be could there. I am so thankful to the whole UNICEF team, and I think we shall continue this through our that hub. That is the actually connecting point that we have identified with Saurav sir. So we will continue in that form. And we will have so many people from other institutes like NIN. We have 4 scientists from NIN. They will be there. Uh, anthropological, nutritional anthropology, the great, we mean nutrition, Kaushik sir is here. He will be here for a full 2 hours session, and he will be there. You people interact with them, all our participants and scholars. He is an absolute treasure for knowledge. So I have invited from my interest along with because I will sit with him for my own research also, how to go ahead. So similarly, you will find so nice people will be there. They are very interesting thing. We have another 2 days in this whole workshop, which will be purely hands-on. Not so we'll have 2 days purely hands-on. We shall have whole anthropometric training, nutritional assessment, dietary frequency, doing food frequency, all these things we shall do together by interacting with what you call in real time. Means we will have participant which we do not know. We shall do that activity. Here we shall go to field also. We have identified 2 Anganwadis where we shall do children's. We will have our means we. I am thankful to Additional Secretary WCT. They have given a letter to concern Anganwadis. They have arranged for us When we will go, we shall do the anthropometry for children in that place. Then there we have identified some communities where we shall do our what you call this nutritional assessment, food frequency analysis, all these things that. So it is a pure packed 5 days. I am sorry, I am not going to give you any space for roaming around in Bhubaneswar. Only it is after 5:30. Okay, it is a tight schedule, and I will request all of you, please be on time. It is a very strict timing, and today I found many people, but it's a fast day, so I'm not going into that. But all the participants have to be here on time as per the schedule. Please don't deviate from that. Otherwise, we cannot do the things in right way. Okay, so we shall have one what you call this attendance there. So please do the attendance in time and attend the whole session. There are so many good people here. Try to learn as much as you can learn from them. That is the whole thing. We shall have a sixth first half. It will be validation. We are whole 5 day will be workshop. Sixth first half around 10 to 11 we shall do the. Before that, maybe I'll talk to my director, madam. As per her availability, we shall do the validation, and you will be free. We have dahi bada, that is local, one of the very nice food. We shall have that after the validation, and that is the what you call this special thing in the whole thing. And with not taking much time, so I think this is the whole idea of this workshop, and let us learn as much as possible. We have in the first session, I think madam will discuss everything. I will be in the second session, I will be presenting on our study, and we shall have a very detailed discussion on that, and we shall keep on discussing throughout the next 5 days. Okay, thank you, madam. I'm not taking much time. How much?
Thank you, Dr. Shivendu Kumar Acharya, for taking us through the introduction to the 5 day workshop. And any queries, if our participants have, they can come and contact Dr. Acharya. So he will be answering all your questions. Now we straight are going for the session. The topic would be food behavior, food systems, healthy food, healthy life. There will be 2 chairs for the session and 5 presenters. First, let me have the privilege of welcoming the 2 chairs for the session. The first chair would be Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharjee, the nutrition specialist at UNICEF. Could we have a round of applause in welcoming him to the dais? Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharjee has more than 25 years of professional experience in maternal and child nutrition, public health, and large-scale community-based program management. He has served with UNICEF, CARE, and government agencies, where he has successfully led multidisciplinary teams, influenced policies and budgets, and delivered impactful results through multi-sectoral approaches. Mr. Bhattacharjee has extensive expertise in program design, policy advocacy, proposal development, and post-disaster health and nutrition interventions. He has also made significant contributions in emergency context, most notably by supporting the UNICEF Syria country office during the L3 earthquake emergency. His outstanding work in infant and young child nutrition was recognized with the Dr. N.B. Kumta Award in the year 2014, and he is also a fellow of the 21st Century Trust London 2001. Throughout his career, Mr. Bhattacharjee has been known as a strategic thinker and visionary leader, dedicated to improving maternal and child nutrition and strengthening child survival outcomes globally. A warm welcome as a chair, Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharjee. Thank you. And as the next chair, let me have the privilege of welcoming on the dais Dr. Suparna Ghosh Jerath, Program Head of Nutrition at the George Institute for Global Health India. With a big round of applause, please welcome her. Dr. Suparna Ghosh Jerath has 29 years of experience as a clinical, academic, and research nutritionist. She holds a PhD in food and nutrition from Lady Irwin College, Delhi University, and is also an accredited practicing dietitian with Dietitians Australia. At the George Institute for Global Health India, that's TGI, Dr. Ghosh Jerath leads research on food systems, food security, dietary diversity, maternal and child nutrition, nutrition and medical nutrition therapy for non-communicable disease prevention. She heads a DBT Welcome Trust India Alliance multi-institutional project on indigenous food systems of tribal communities and co-leads major initiatives including the NIHR funded Global Health Research Center for NCDs and Environmental Change and large-scale clinical and community-based nutrition trials across India. She has previously served as professor and head of community nutrition at the Indian Institute of Public Health and has held significant roles in national nutrition policy, including as a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee of ICMR NIN and as part of government task forces addressing malnutrition, maternal and child health, and public health nutrition as well. Dr. Ghosh Cherath has established herself as a nationally and internationally recognized leader in food and nutrition research dedicated to developing sustainable food systems and improving health outcomes among vulnerable communities. A warm welcome, Dr. Suparna Ghosh Cherath, and thank you so much for being the chair for our first session. Now I would invite to the stage Dr. Shubhendu Kumar Acharya, Scientist D, to greet and felicitate our chairs before we begin with the session. A very warm welcome to nutrition specialist UNICEF Odisha, Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharya, as the chair for the first session. There is a wonderful memento for you as well. A woman representing the tribal community of the state. A warm welcome now for Dr. Suparna Ghosh Cherath, the program head nutrition from the George Institute for Global Health, India. Good afternoon, ma'am, and a warm welcome to the first session of the 5-day national workshop. It is a planter spreading the message of Green Odisha, Green India, Green World, and we have a memento for you as well. We are sure these mementos are going to find a great place on everyone's study table. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Acharya. Please have your seats. Now, before we welcome the presenters to the stage, let me mention the names of the presenters for our first session as well. As presenters, we are going to have Ms. Pritu Mishra, Nutrition Specialist, UNICEF Delhi. We are going to have Ms. Arpita Pal, Nutrition Officer, UNICEF UP. Ms. Rajalakshmi Nair, a nutrition specialist from Maharashtra, Dr. Antaryami Das, nutrition specialist Bihar, and Dr. Khyati Tiwari, nutrition specialist Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So we are going to welcome them after our honorable chairs speak a bit about the topic, that is food behavior, food systems, healthy food, healthy life. I would like to now hand it over to the first chair, Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharya.
Check. Thank you, Shobhana. Thank you all for this August gathering. I think this is a very interesting session which we are getting into. And we are talking about healthy diets, healthy behaviors, because we are seeing that there are a lot of increases in unhealthy food practices, which leads to non-communicable diseases and also several other challenges, which Shubhendu very nicely showed in the morning and is going to present a lot later. And the challenge in Odisha is more, it's more simply because it is not only an urban or a fashionable phenomenon in Odisha, it has perpetrated to the most remote corners of the state. And our tribals are getting affected because of these changing food patterns. So I think this is a very interesting session to discuss, and we will hear from several states about their experiences in handling healthy diets. Shupana is with me. She has a profound experience of handling these kind of studies, this kind of academics. So I would now hand it over to her for her remarks, quick remarks before we get into the presentation.
Thank you, Saurabh. I think this is a very relevant topic. He has already given the introduction. So we are talking about food systems here. And till now, we nutritionists have mostly focused on nutritional status, its assessment, and how it translates into health. But the overarching thing, the food systems, is very critical here. And as nutritionists, we have to really go much more universal and, talk about the integral synergism that exists between the human and the planet. And unfortunately, we have exploited the planet to the extent that we are really thinking now of feeding a billion or more population by 2050. What do we do? So, a food systems approach, and that is the theme here, where we are talking about the food systems, that is the food supply chain, the food environment, like the way we interact with our food systems, the food that we eat because of that interaction, and how that food translates into nutritional status and our health and well being. The entire supply chain and the entire pathway is critical here. So, we are here to listen to all the presenters who will be connecting these dots here, and we will be talking more holistically as the nutrition and food systems fraternity. Thank you, and
मुझे तो
over to
पता है
you.
वो ऐसा ही है
Thank you,
कैसे
Dr. Shuparna Ghosh Cherat, for your opening remarks as well. Now we are going to welcome our presenters for the session. So we have kept 20 minutes for each presenter. So it will be 15 plus 5. And we will welcome all of them. And yes, we will receive questions for every presenter, or if you have questions for our chairs, right at the end of all the presenters'
वो
speeches
भी
and
और वैसे
deliberation,
ही बोलने
we will
लगे
take
यहाँ
the
पे
questions.
वो
So
आ
you
रहा
may
है
jot it down in your notebook to who your question goes to, and then we can discuss right at the end of it. Now we are going to welcome the first presenter, and she would be Ms. Pritu Mishra, Nutrition Specialist, UNICEF India. Let me have a minute to give you a brief, madam. Ms. Pritu Mishra is a nutrition specialist with UNICEF India, bringing over 15 years of experience in public health nutrition with a focus on anemia and maternal and adolescent nutrition. She has worked across 3 UNICEF state offices in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Gujarat, as well as with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in India. Holding 2 master's degrees, one in public health nutrition and another in health administration, she has contributed to major national programs in India and co-authored 2 national guidelines, Anemia Mukt Bharat and National Deworming Day. She has co-authored nearly 10 peer-reviewed publications, a strong advocate and firm believer of power of partnership. She is committed to improving nutrition outcomes through collaborative efforts. Please give her a big hand, Ms. Pritu Mishra, Nutrition Specialist, UNICEF India. So that is UNICEF Delhi. Warm welcome.
Thank you so much. I will thank ICMR, UNICEF, Odisha, and as well as everybody sitting in the chamber for the opportunity that I can share some thoughts. And I believe among all the topics, I think this topic should be very personal to all of us because we all have families who are affected with some family members affected with an overweight, obesity, anemia, or NCDs. So I'm sure these sessions would be very personal as well beyond theoretical. Before I start my presentation, where I'll be talking about a very focused initiative that was led by ICMR jointly with UNICEF, I'll just start something what happened today morning. And I'm sure when I share those stories, you'll realize that it happens with everybody. I got up in the morning, as usual, opened the mobile, and when you switch on the Instagram or YouTube, I'm sure in within 2, 3, 4 minutes, we get advertisements of Lay's, Pepsi, and all unhealthy food. Then what happened as I was getting ready in the hotel, I switched on the TV. Again, at least in 10 minutes, I saw 3 advertisements. I heard 3 advertisements of unhealthy foods and beverages. The hotel also gave me a newspaper, and on the fourth page, there was a huge advertisement of one of the unhealthy food beverages company. It's so difficult to protect ourselves from the exposure of unhealthy food. They are there, and we are literally living in that ecosystem. And that's why the challenge is much bigger because we are really bombarded with advertisements of unhealthy food. There are a lot of influencers that we get attracted to, and it's very, very confusing. So, very briefly, what I'll talk about is next. Should I do it? No. Okay, no, that's fine. I won't get into the details, but just wanted to share that India is signatory and committed to the World Health Assembly target that India will ensure that there will be no rise in childhood overweight. Of course, we have slipped back because across many surveys, the overweight obesities across all age groups are increasing. You take NFHS 3 to 4 to 5, or in between the CNS, and I'm sure the DAP survey or the Sampada survey of ICMR will come. Let's wait what happens. But it's disturbing, and India as a country, we are almost losing 2.8 crore lakh of Indian rupees every year because of overweight and obesity. It's very disturbing. Since I'm standing in Odisha, I just thought to share two figures of Odisha. When I was just reviewing this comprehensive national nutrition survey, which was released in 2021, Odisha topped in having the highest prevalence of children and adolescents who are in the highest wealth quintile, topped in the country. That's disturbing. Today morning, when the ICMR report was released, we saw that prevalence of pattern of consumption of unhealthy foods among all the PVTGs was very high. I think that's the takeaway message. It's a disturbing trend. I'll just spend 4 minutes to show a video. I request if the video can be started with the sound. It's just a 4-minute video.
आता है तो मतलब ज्यादातर उसी साइड में बहुत सारी स्वीट शॉप्स होती हैं। मुझे तो ज्यादातर जंक फूड ही खाना पसंद था बचपन में, जैसे चिप्स, कोल्ड ड्रिंक, बर्गर वगैरह। बस ये मिल जाए और कुछ नहीं चाहिए। स्कूल से और मेरा घर सिर्फ मतलब सिर्फ 5-10 मिनट का रास्ता होगा। जब हम जैसे स्कूल से बाहर निकलते हैं तो बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं, जैसे कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स होती है, चिप्स होती हैं, आइसक्रीम्स होती हैं। और मतलब अगर हम स्कूल से थोड़ा सा दूर जाएंगे तो वहां पे हमें नारियल पानी दिखेगा, ये सारी हेल्दी चीजें, फ्रूट्स दिखेंगे, फ्रूट चाट वगैरह। और बट लेकिन जैसे ही मतलब स्कूल से बाहर निकलेंगे तो सबसे पहले जो दिखता है वो अनहेल्दी दिखता है ज्यादातर। मतलब हेल्दी फूड दिखे वो बहुत कम दिखता है।
बच्चे जब छुट्टी होती है स्कूलों की तो ज्यादातर बच्चे कोल्ड ड्रिंक ही ले लेते हैं और चिप्स। एज ए पेरेंट्स या वो कहो तो फिर लगता है कि नहीं यार, इन बच्चों को इतना तो नहीं माना।
बचपन में यूजुअली जब लंच करने का मन नहीं होता था मुझे, तो फिर उसके बाद मैं अपनी शॉप से मतलब कुछ ना कुछ मंगवा लेती थी, जैसे समोसा वगैरह या चिप्स या केक, कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स। और फिर ये सब खाती थी। कभी कभी बहुत ज्यादा टाइम हो जाता है ग्रीन वेजिटेबल्स खाते खाते, तो फिर बाहर से ऑर्डर हो जाता है।
पहले तो जब हम छोटे थे तो मुझे तो यही है कि हम लोग ज्यादातर घर का ही, बाहर का इतना आजकल हो गया है बाहर का, बट पहले तो ऐसा बाहर का नहीं था चॉइस, क्योंकि ऑनलाइन बच्चों को बहुत ज्यादा देखने को मिल गया है। आप फोन ऑन करोगे उसके बाद उसमें आपको इतनी सारी चॉइसेस आ जाती हैं, एक के बाद एक फोटो आ जाती है, सारे ऑप्शन आ जाते हैं, तो उससे बच्चों को सिलेक्ट करने में प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं आती है। बच्चे फटाफट सिलेक्ट करते हैं जो भी उन्हें पसंद आया, सिलेक्ट करा और हो गया। जैसे कई बार मैं शॉप में होती हूँ, बच्चों को देखा ये वाली सब्जी है नहीं खानी, ऑर्डर करा, मंगा के खा लिया।
अनहेल्दी फूड की तरफ इसलिए ज्यादा अट्रैक्ट होता है क्योंकि एक तो हम रोज उसकी टीवी में एडवर्टाइजमेंट देखते हैं, जैसे आप तो हम ज्यादा अट्रैक्ट होते हैं। और फिर जब उसकी जो स्मेल आती है और जिस तरह से हम देखते हैं क्रिस्पी फ्राइड, वो सब देख के फिर ज्यादा मन करता है।
ये है जी, एक्चुअली जो है ना, अब शॉपकीपर को हेल्दी फूड पे ज्यादा ये प्रॉफिट हो जाए, आप चाहेंगे हेल्दी रखें, ये आगे बच्चों के लिए भी अच्छा हो, सबके लिए अच्छा हो।
जो मतलब हमारे लिए डिसीजन लेते हैं कि हमारा फूड एनवायरनमेंट कैसा होना चाहिए, उसे कैसा रखना चाहिए वहाँ पे, मैं बस उनसे यही कहना चाहूंगी कि वो बस एक चॉइस रखें कि मतलब साथ में हेल्दी, मतलब अनहेल्दी तो है ही, बट साथ में हेल्दी फूड भी हो.
I'm sure Netra gave a better presentation than I can give in next 10 minutes. I think she really summarized everything. What problem a 14-year child is facing. This is one of the girls staying in Noida. And we just went and shot her videos and then really curated this 4-minute video. But nevertheless, um, and I just, from this slide, I just want to say that overweight obesity doesn't come alone. When a person is overweight obesity, if you see the CNSS data, there were a lot, almost one among the two are suffering for two or more micronutrient deficiencies. So obesity, overweight doesn't happen in silos. When somebody is overweight, there is a risk that 1 in 4 are also anemic. They may have a poor lipid profile, of course, and 1 in 8 children may be pre-diabetic as well, and this is India's data. So let's just keep the message in mind that obesity doesn't come alone. It comes with a package of other disturbances in the body. So all these data was really disturbing when this was released early 2021. And then there was a series of meeting happened between UNICEF, Niti Aayog, and other ministries like health and others. And after a series of meeting, a very robust national consultation on prevention of maternal, adolescent, childhood obesity happened. This happened with around 5 ministries, where other ministries like even information and broadcast, youth affairs, sports affairs were also called along with other UN agencies. After a series of deliberation, what India identified is that at first step, we need to work on 5 basic policies. First one is taxation of such food. There are countries, and I'll share in next slides that how taxation has helped to reduce the consumption of unhealthy food. India so far doesn't have a front of pack nutrition labeling. There were 2, 3 media articles just today morning, and if you just Google food labeling, you'll get those access. So we still don't have. There are neighboring countries who have lot of upfront packaging in the front. We do have some labeling at the back of the packet, which is very difficult to comprehend. Of course, nutrition literacy is important. Adolescent, youth, and everybody sitting in the chamber also needs to be equipped with skill-based nutrition literacy to choose what is healthy for me among whatever is available. And last two was also how we can restrict and regulate the various types of advertisement of unhealthy food and beverages happening, as well as double duty actions in the public funded program, which I mean is that so far our programs, whether it is PM Poshan Shri, the school midday meal program, or ICDS, largely focus on stunting wasting. But there is a high time where we start working also that there are a lot of people who are overweight, obese. There are a lot of overweight, obese women entering pregnancy. So we need to have customized programs for them. So these were the 5 policy. And next 10 minutes, I am going to focus on these 5 pillars that I have mentioned. So with all these deliberation, along with the blessings of Niti Aayog, ICMR, and all the ministries, UNICEF was asked to collect, comprehend, do a robust homework to really understand and recommend what are the recommendations for India to really address the overweight, obesity, and unhealthy food consumption in India. And that's how a consortium was developed, and it's called Let's Fix Our Food. It's basically a call to action to each and everyone sitting in the chamber and also outside. We need to fix the plate. We need to fix what we are eating every day as as food. So this consortium is a combination of around 12 partners. The logos are there, which you can see. And basically, so these are the consortium. It's not UNICEF alone. It's not ICMR alone. Of course, it's being led by ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition, jointly with UNICEF and other partners whose names are mentioned. Very briefly, the idea of Let's Fix Our Food is that we need to really foster a healthy food environment for our children and youth. specifically because the return of investment in creating awareness and skill-based literacy would be the highest if we focus on children, especially in schools and youth, because they are the next growing dividend for the India. And as a group or as a consortium, our focus is on three things, which is reduction of consumption of foods high in fat, salt, sugar. In short form, we call as HFSS. Then, of course, it has to be complemented with increased physical activity, increased sleep time, increased water intake, as well as decrease in screen time. So the focus are these three, which are highlighted in yellow. So when we started this whole work, we realized that, oh my God, we don't have all the information. We don't have all the expertise. So we reached out to many people who have expertise in overweight, obesity, unhealthy foods. Not everybody has the expertise, right? A series of 5 to 7 webinars were led by ICMR NIN. And you can, the link is there at the bottom where you can access all the webinars. They were done with a lot of national, regional, and global experts to guide us on what is happening in other countries, what's working, what's not working, so that we can come up with a concrete recommendations for Government of India. So finally, after 2 to 3 years of long journey, which started in year 2022, eventually this year on 28th March 2025, ICMR New Delhi agreed to release what we did in last 3 years, which I'll be sharing in the next subsequent slides, which was released as a Let's Fix Our Food policy brief. And you can see the DG ICMR and Dr. Paul from Niti Aayog releasing the policy brief, just sharing that the media really got a lot of attention to what are the learnings from the LFOA policy briefs, and it was all over the media. I'll now come to the 5 learnings that we found from the work that we did in last 3 years. So the first one was that UNICEF has a U report. It's a digital tool through which we can collect the views and perception of a lot of adolescent and youths in India across all the states. It's usually through a WhatsApp-based chatbot, but they are also linked to other social media platforms. So through that tool, we reached to around 1.43 lakhs adolescents. And there were some set of 8-9 questions where we wanted to understand what is happening in terms of consumption of unhealthy food and their exposure to advertisement. You can see the data here, but I would like to focus on last two, the one that is in the blue box. Let's read. 62.81, which is approximately 63% of adolescents expressed dire need to simplify the nutrition information presented on the food packets. It's very confusing. Almost 68% of adolescents indicated that food advertisement do influence their food choices. And I'm sure that's true for each and everyone sitting in the chamber as well. Only 30% of adolescents said that they have some physical activity even for 30 minutes. That's disturbing. 72% responded that they do read nutrition information. And then 30% also indicated that they can't eat healthy food due to higher prices. And we know that unhealthy food is much cheaper, a healthy food in terms of purchasing, as well as the opportunity cost in terms of time to, cook a healthy meal is very high. We know that, and that's why it's challenging. Second, we tried to study the food advertisements laws in India and across neighboring countries. And in next 2 slides, I'll briefly share. In the infographic, I'm sure you will all relate that we all are exposed to different kind of gimmicks through various food industries and beverages industries to really trigger to buy us. They do lot of interesting things. You enter a supermarket and the first thing is that you find a very attractive, colorful corner where all the unhealthy foods are upfront advertised. They use internet, phones, TV, of course, radio, billboard, social media, toys, advertisement games that kids are playing through the mobile games, and then lot of influencers, Bollywood stars, sports stars, and all type of mechanisms and pathways are used to really influence our purchasing choices. Very briefly, global evidence do show that children who were exposed to food advertisement either through TV or the advertisement game, which is called AdWa games, They consumed almost 60 kilocalories more than the children who were not exposed to food advertisement. Also, children who watched cartoon food advertisement ate 45% more unhealthy food compared to others. These two are US-based studies. We do have some findings from Indian studies also, for which the link is given in the next slide. Very briefly, what other countries are doing, and we could find out three best practices which we believe that India can think and ponder upon in terms of policy discussion. So countries like Chile, South Korea, and United Kingdoms, they have very robust advertising rules. So you can't show any advertisement of any unhealthy food or beverages between 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. because that's the maximum time where any child would see the television. Of course, controlling the television is far more easier than the social media where it's very, very difficult. But there are learnings which India can think, because as of now, in India, we don't have these regulations. These food advertisements are shown all the 24 hours. There was one media article just a month back that when International Cricket League happened in India, and they studied all the advertisement that happened during the cricket matches, and 80% of the 80% of the advertisement was on unhealthy food and beverages. I think that's really disturbing. What we did as part of our homework, that we studied around 13 policies that exist in India around advertisement that may or may not necessarily be related to food or food advertisement. There were 13 policies that we could find. We also did a SWOT analysis, which is called strength, weakness, opportunity, and a threat analysis, to really unpack each of the policies in India to understand what's useful. And what we found, that there is only one guideline which, if amended properly, can help to regulate restriction or restriction of the marketing of unhealthy food. That guideline is called Prevention of Misleading Advertisement Endorsement for Misleading Advertisements 2022. I'm sure you must have seen in media a lot of food beverages industries were penalized for misleading advertisement. However, the biggest challenge is that what is junk food? We don't even have an India definition of what is junk food. There are countries where they have properly defined with the levels of how much salt, how much fat, how much sugar levels will constitute to define what is junk food. So I think in India, the biggest challenge is that until we really have a proper defined definition of what is junk food, it will be very difficult to comply with any of the regulations. Third tool which many countries have used is levying a health tax on sugar sweetened beverages, all these carbonated drinks and high sugar drinks, also the foods which are high in fat, salt, sugar. Very briefly, WHO does recommend taxation as one of the cost effective tools. There are more than 20 countries who are using health tax. Of course, in 20 countries, India is not there. The biggest worry is that in India, we don't have a clear health tax policy. The existing GST doesn't differentiate between healthy food and unhealthy food. And I'm sure you must have read in the media 4 days back that the GST Council has abolished the 28% GST. And now most of the unhealthy foods which were in the 12% category have come to 5% category. This may or may not lead, but there is a high chance that a lot of unprocessed food might become cheaper, which is very disturbing for a country like India. We also did a modeling study using some price elastic modalities. I won't go into that economics, but we tried to understand that what is the potential of reducing consumption of unhealthy food if India adopts a health tax. So those modeling studies showed that if India at least levies a 20% health tax on these unhealthy foods and beverages, there is a chance that 13 to 18% reduction in sugar or sugar sweetened beverages or sugary products will be there if you increase 13 to 18% of the health tax. Similarly, if you increase 10 to 30% of the health tax on the food that are high in fat, salt, sugar, there is a potential, and this data is from India, there is a potential that we might be able to reduce 5 to 24% decline in the consumption of such chips, burgers, and all food, fat and salt, sugar and fat. This is the most disturbing, and I'm sure this is very personal. Changing behavior, as Anu Garg ma'am was also sharing in the morning, is so difficult. I'm sure we must have faced this issue. We tried to study that what are the various policy instruments available in India, or by policy instrument, what I mean is that what are the programs where we can latch to have a robust social behavior change component for reducing unhealthy food consumption and also addressing overweight, obesity. Very quickly, these are the 6 programs which we tried to understand, and this was published also last year. And what we found is that, of course, we need to strengthen the SBC strategy, that's across nutrition. But we also found that there is one program called National Program for Non-Communicable Disease, which we call as NPNCD. That's a very trustworthy, notably program. And we can really latch on this program to really improve awareness around overweight, obesity, and unhealthy foods. The paper also talks about what are the different behaviors that can be adopted at different level, not only at the individual level, but what are the behavior change we need at the policy level, organization level, community level. Very simple. We do need some changes, even how we plan our meals, how we plan our tiffin box, or even how we plan our meeting menu. What is being provided in various nutrition meetings, right? The fourth is as this process of 3 years, we came up with 4 tools, and these are available on the NIN website. One is the nutrition curriculum. What is the draft curriculum that can be adopted by UGC, NCRT, and others? There is a comic book which can be used by adolescent and youth to really understand the food labels. There is a 4-pager brochure that can be used for Ministry of Education or Department of Education or teachers at the school level to really understand how nutrition intervention helps to improve the scholastic performance of the children. Very briefly, Let's Fix Our Food and ICMR NIN came up with a calendar. I'll be sharing some copies with the team here. This is a month-wise calendar. I'm sure you know that NIN released a dietary guidelines for Indians. So we have just summarized the 250-page document into a 12-page, where every month the key messages as part of the chapters in the dietary guidelines are put. 2 minutes more. I'll come to the last part of my thing, and it's something that we must be aware of, that there are guidelines from FSSAI and also the University Grants Commission that no unhealthy food should be distributed or sold within the schools, and also within the 50 meters outside the school. But I'm sure we have kids, we have relatives whose children go to school, and all schools provide unhealthy food, and all unhealthy foods are really available, as Netra was saying in the video, just outside the school campus. So somewhere a robust mechanism to monitor these regulations is very, very important. As part of that, what UNICEF is trying to do along with other partners is that there is a tool which is globally called as NEAT tool, which is Nutrition Environment Assessment Toolkit. It's a small toolkit, and I'm sure we'll listen details of these tools tried out in Telangana and others. But very briefly, what we are doing is this global tool we are trying to adapt in Indian context, because in India, schools are different in terms of whether they are government school, government aided schools, or private schools. Some have canteens like private schools, government schools don't have canteens, and also those tool has been adopted. We have just piloted in some of the schools in Noida and Ghaziabad, and will be trying to scale it up through Education and Health Ministry. So very briefly, I would just say that the least we can do, I won't go to the details of what all is written because I'll be leaving the presentation, but I think the first thing at the school level is that, do we have a weighing balance and a stadiometer at least to weigh the child? We have to start from there. Then, of course, Odisha is lucky to have ICMR, RRC, and then more studies can happen in terms of obesity, junk food, water intake, screen time, and other things. It'll be nice if Odisha can think about scaling up and really assessing all the schools on what type of food environment is available in different type of schools in Odisha. That would be really insightful. And to last, I would just say that to summarize what all I said in past 20 or 25 minutes was that first, India need a very robust definition of HFSS. There are some discussion happening at FSSAI level because as part of dietary guidelines, ICMR did come up with some definition of HFSS. But FSSAI as a regulatory body needs to endorse either that definition or come up with some other definition. Of course, taxation of unhealthy food would be very important for a
ಇವನು ಬ್ರೇಕ್
country at
ಚೇಂಜ್
the
कर
scale
देते
of
बड़ा
India, where we know that there are a lot of market studies available.
हाँ
Consumption of these foods are
उधर
increasing
सकाळ
at a
उडाल
very,
गाडी
very
तुमची
high
उडाल
rate. We need to have a
कोणाला
front
खायला
of pack labeling mechanism to
काय
really
कोणाला
empower on how we are choosing. We need a skill-based nutrition literacy, maybe through a lot of simulation exercises. We need to have simulation exercises, life-size exercises in the school to really see and
आता हाताने
teach
फडा
kids
घुसवतो
and students on how to choose a healthy food, because otherwise
तू काय
these kids
खायला
are at a very high risk of NCDs.
एड काय दिलो
Uh,
हाँ
last, of
दुप्पटा
course,
काय घेतो
actions at individual level
ತುಪ್ಪ
is
ಬರ
very, very
आंबळी
important.
चूर्ण
Government will do their own decisions, but that should not stop us from taking robust actions at the individual level to choose healthier options and have a healthier lifestyle. That is all from my side. I've just shared some of the links. Please follow us on the Let's Fix Our Food, and we'll be happy to hear your stories as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pritu Mishra, for a wonderful presentation. Now we have your felicitation at the end of our question answer session, so please be with us. Now we will go for the next presenter, and she would be. I will briefly introduce her, then we will welcome her on the stage. She would be Ms. Arpita Pal, the Nutrition Officer, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Ms. Arpita is a development professional with 15 years of experience at both national and state levels, working with UNICEF, private CSR, government and non-government organizations. Her expertise spans adolescent, maternal and child health and nutrition, with a strong focus on systems, strengthening and equity. Currently serving as nutrition officer at UNICEF Uttar Pradesh, she leads the adolescent and maternal nutrition portfolio in close collaboration with the departments of health, ICDS, and education and academic institutions. A trained nutritionist, Arpita combines technical expertise with program design, policy advocacy, and partnership building to drive scalable impact in public health nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for Ms. Arpita Pal, our next presenter, Nutrition Officer, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. A warm welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the kind introduction and inviting me to share experience of Uttar Pradesh on fostering healthy diets. So we have been doing this under the able leadership of government. So we initiated the program, and we are doing this. We are trying, we are learning from the field. So here I am to share some of our learning and to also learn from other states, and particularly from Odisha, to take back to the state where we can implement more on it. So we know the largest state, the most populous state in the country, divided in 4 regions, 9 agroclimatic zone. So that underscores that one size does not fit all. So we need customization. The healthy diet, maybe the tradition, the regional variation, so it varies. So we will go in depth, and we will learn that how it has unfolded to us and what strategies we have taken and what we are doing. So we can see that 1 in every 5 Indian lives in Uttar Pradesh. So how the children and women are doing there? We can see that it is a perfect example of triple burden of malnutrition. A slight reduction in underweight across in women and children. But you can see the increasing trend in overweight. If I can draw your attention, look at the just left one, which is 57% women who have high waist to hip ratio, which is a predominantly indicator of non-communicable diseases. But at the same time, we are having 1/5 of children, born with low birth weight. And then, of course, across all the age group, anemia. Anemia is one of the, problem who values equity. So it doesn't like be it highest quintile, lowest quintile, it is omnipresent. So we have all the problem in place. So what the states, if we see the food consumption pattern, what to eat, we can see that about 50% men and women. So the inner circle is for women and the outer circle for men. So pulses, the green one is pulses and the purple one is green leafy vegetable. Here I would like to draw your attention once again that you can see the comparable proportion of food and fruits and junk food. For male, it is actually the junk food took almost 14%, where the fruit is 10%. And this is NFHS 5 data, and with time, I believe the junk foods has taken more space in the circle. Coming to the child's diet, so as in the morning, ma'am was saying, so it is just a ceremony to start complementary feeding. But what are we really continuing with that? No. So with the age progresses, we believe that this is the time to continue with the family food. And also you can see the introduction is 30%. Either it is another 30% introduced too early and the rest part introduced late. And the main challenge, though we initiated something, the main challenge with diversity, quantity, and adequacy. So when the diversity is a challenge, what our household consumption expenditure survey shows? Because anemia is a major challenge and iron deficiency anemia. So I have taken this slide. We can see that 2/3 of the iron is coming from cereal and rest बाकी को जगह दे दिया थोड़ा बहुत, like pulses and vegetable and all. So of course, if it is coming from cereal, then we are far, like you can see Uttar Pradesh there with the green arrow. You can see your states as well. So we are far beyond the, estimated adequate requirement. So this is how we are doing. But why? It is very important to understand why this is happening. It is just we don't have food, we don't have choices, it is we can't afford or something like that. So now majorly I'll focus on the first 1,000 days, and this is completely reflection from our field experience, what we gathered from the field. So why eating well during pregnancy is not always easy? So it is beyond the availability of food. It is very much driven by the culture, social norms, and even like some misbeliefs like the child's complexion. And I think that iron folic acid supplementation, they take place to take blame for everything, starting from constipation, black stool, and black complexion of child to be born. And then we have brinjal in place and all this. So surprisingly, in the field, somebody says that whatever food has, is white or looking nice. So if during pregnancy the woman is having that, the chances of giving birth to a fair complexion child is so high. And unfortunately, all these refined like momos and everything come into that category. And it is not the favorite food for adolescent or children, it is also for the adults. And then, though we have food, we may not have the mental state to have it. We may not have the family support. So there are many things we know when we are in stress, though we have food, we don't feel like having it. So all these factors is coming to get together. So this is quite complex. Now coming to the children, the decision maker, of course, it is the elders in the family, or we get very, very convinced with the neighbor rather than influenced by the frontline functionaries and all. Social norms, definitely, either we start early or late, and then there are multiple rituals and all. We heard one thing in the morning. Affordability of packaged food, and this is also treats of affection, that how much I do love to my child. So who says that no, 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 don't bring that? That will create more collision in the family. So the education is not only to the adolescent, not only to the parent, but to the community. So I think quite difficult, but definitely possible. Uh, so what we realize that healthy eating is definitely critical, important, but it is beyond accessibility, availability, and affordability of food. It is about agency. We should not forget about the gender, tradition, wisdom, because whatever our grandparents and or if they are taking, we have seen that they had taken decision, so let's take them into the fold and train them, or we understand them what is good, let's encourage that. And then availability, there should be another line between availability and utilization. If we are aware, then it can be more perfect utilization of food. But this looks so complex. We cannot explain that to the frontline functionaries. Then how to do that? So this slide actually tells what and how. So we have seen what. Now how to do that? So how to engage the frontline functionaries and community. Now, in my understanding and what the extent I have seen the community with the changing scenario, they like community also needs evidence. They need to know why I am doing that. So some simple instruction written in the IEC, that really doesn't help unless we bring science, unless we speak science with emotion and with our communication skill. So, and that helps to melt the mind and drive the behavior. So what was found to be effective? When we brought the brain development and intellectual capacity in place. Because when we say that your child is short, your child is thin, or your child is overweight, they say, sab to aise hi hai. So this is the old normal, but believe me, and you all would agree to me, when we see the mental capacity, nobody wants that their children, that the next generation, they compromise on their intellectual capacity. So ad hocism definitely doesn't work. We have to bring the system, government system on board, and we can see the government system we are working with in Uttar Pradesh. How we do it, just giving two examples. So for pregnant women, explaining the science, why this is important, that, so we all know that in ICDS we have Poshan Tracker. Now in the Poshan Tracker we have gestational weight gain. There is a simple instruction, you do weight monitoring of the pregnant women, and the Anganwadi finds that, oh my God, I have been doing this for children, now another age group. Why should I do it? But if we bring the science in place, if we can convince the frontline functionaries, I think it is easy to convince them and to get it done rather than just pushing things from the top. So one is that the physical growth, and second is the mental development of the child. Even the Anganwadi worker, Asha, A&M, everybody wants that they serve to the community where the child should born healthy. So we explain the science and we see that, okay, so if you do that, that is a good indicator that your child is growing well. But where is the proof? Here is the proof. A short gestational age-wise target that by this trimester you have to gain this much weight, so that it is easy to track by the frontline functionaries as well as by the pregnant women. Number one. Number two, we have in the PMSMA or during the antenatal checkup, we have multiple reports, CBC, USG report, but we in the CBC we just look into the hemoglobin. We just don't take care about our other uh, parameters. In PMSMA, the USG is the free of cost service. If the fetal weight can be explained to the mother, that if you have to deliver a healthy child, see, your nutrition is well, you are gaining weight as well as your child is gaining weight. This creates so much emotional connect that not only the pregnant woman but also the husband, the elder, the family, they get interested and they ask you, madam, kya khilaye inko, so that the child is born healthy. Definitely we forget mother, that is a reality, but yes. So we developed multiple tools basis the ICMR guideline. So this is a simplified diet chart basis the traditionally what UP women or UP population is eating, so that we don't die, like we don't disgrace that you have to eat that. We understand what is available regionally, and we develop and we customize the diet plan for the pregnant women. And then food augmentation. We say food augmentation for some children because they need extra protein, extra energy, and extra iron and everything. And see, the similar requirement is for the pregnant women. So for the frontline functionaries, if we are saying, you are saying this augmentation for the children, why you say the similar augmentation for the pregnant women? It is we have to make life simple. So the similar kind of augmentation, and then customized counseling. We cannot, because I started with one thing will not fit for all. So first we have to understand, then we analyze, then we have to give solution or counseling. So that is customized counseling. So this is a kind of package. So these are the platform that we use to. So it is the tool I showed. It will not only be used by the ICDS functionaries but also by the health. So recently, so we are extending that so that the ASHA uses the same tool for counseling of the pregnant women during the VHSND antenatal checkup and all. So the new platform, we can see they dedicated THR day, and we also have a nutrition campaign in the state where we have specific thematics on the maternal nutrition. Now coming to the children, we should not forget the grandparents because they are the decision maker. So the skip generation has a lot of wisdom, and we really need to bang on them, and we have to bring them in fold of our program, so that we can reduce the, so that we can build the, we should not, we can build on the traditional food behavior. And then we have the platforms as well. Triggers, what we saw when we when we are counseling, we develop something. So we saw that when we connect the food with brain development, that helps. So in Hindi we call dimag ka khana and then pet ka khana. So pet badhega and dimag badhega. So a lot of connects that helps. Second is whether the child is gaining weight, so we or the whatever we are eating, what is the impact of the on the child's nutritional status, so relating with the growth monitoring and promotion. And then father and family engagement, for not only for diet but also care and development. Now this is the another example, the similar kind of diet plan for children, and this is for 6 to 8. We have other copies also for for different age group. And this is Poshan Tastari, which is a interacting tool where the mother and the other family members that come and understand the what kind of diversity that we are following in a child's diet. So very simple, very simple messages we have developed. So one side is for the complementary feeding and the other side is for the pregnant women. So key 4 messages, 5 messages, so that if you forget everything, at least takeaway should be the 4 or 5 messages. So making nutrition an aspiration, I think this is our goal, and a long, long, long way to go. Bringing the focus on child growth and development. Unless we talk about development, the buy-in from the community is very, very poor. Family-centric approach. Food is the family business. So family-centric approach, only child, only mother, that will not help. Identifying triggers that actually emotionally connects, investing in the competency of the frontline functionaries, because we know communication is not everybody's cup of tea. And then demand generation. So a small reflection is that what are we doing? We are just bargaining. I would call it as nutrition bargaining. Ki you have this will help you, we have to really learn nutrition marketing. So we have been talking about marketing a lot. We need to learn that, so that nutrition is an aspiration for everyone. From bargaining, we need to shift to the marketing part of it. So this is a uh, so this is not AI. The child is sleeping in the cosmos, is very comfortably sleeping on Chanda Mama. So fifth class student, you can see the Anshika. So the theme of this competition was dream big, and she drew that. So I believe when someone can think big, when they are well nourished, when their brain neurons have created that pathway to think big and make it a achievable, solution. And I believe we are in that. We are responsible. We have that accountability to make sure that the brain has everything, so that the child, the entire, the all the population, what they think now, they can be that in the future. So thank you so much. I end it here.
Thank you, Miss Arpita Pal, for the beautiful presentation. And we have your felicitation as well, so please be with us. Now we are going to request our next presenter to come on the stage. And before we welcome her, I am sure you are taking down notes or any questions you have at all throughout the presenter's deliberation. After that, after the end of it, we are going to discuss. Now we are going to welcome our next presenter, and let me give a brief introduction, then we will have her on the dais. She would be Miss Rajalakshmi Nair, nutrition specialist from Maharashtra. Ms. Rajalakshmi Nair is the nutrition specialist for UNICEF Maharashtra, has been associated with UNICEF since last 3 decades, 30 years of experience working in the area of working in the area of public health nutrition. Her learnings on core public health nutrition has been from the field and working closely with the frontline functionaries of public health and ICDS, as well as the policy makers of the government. She has been instrumental in establishing the first state nutrition mission in collaboration with Government of Maharashtra in the year 2005. From 2008 to 2013, she worked as health and nutrition specialist handling maternal and child health along with nutrition. In partnership with Department of Medical Education was instrumental in rolling out MPHN in 9 government medical colleges for creating a cadre of skilled professionals in public health nutrition. In partnership with MGIMS, Sevagram has been instrumental in implementing large-scale program on early childhood development in the state as ARAMB, Early Moments Matter, which is now endorsed as state flagship program. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our next presenter, nutrition specialist from Maharashtra, Ms. Rajalakshmi Nair.
So good afternoon, everyone, and all the dignitaries here and students here. Very interestingly, today morning, we had a beautiful session by our chief guest, Madam Anu Garg, who put in certain very clear points on where do you invest more if you want more returns. She said the critical window of opportunity is the first 1,000 days. That's where you have 80% of the brain of the young babies develop. And if you invest there, the results and the returns are very high. And she really pinpointed those things. And what I'm going to present today is the work done not just by UNICEF, the very strong partner, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Sevagram, the Department of Women and Child, the Department of Public Health, and plenty of players which is also beyond the conventional government departments, but also a lot of private sectors who are engaged to really take this agenda forward. Having said that, the storyline, and Arpita has been also saying that what do families want? What do the families want for their children? Even though they may be the poorest of the poor, they do have aspiration. And the aspiration may be in a poor community to make her or her child an Anganwadi Tai or a teacher. But we have aspirations that our children should go to NASA and everywhere, all those big, big aspirations. So aspirations are there at every level, irrespective whether they are the poorest of the poor. So what we have done based on the work that I'm going to present here is a journey that we have done for last 5 years. All of you sitting here had aspirations, and I'm sure your parents have aspirations for you. And you have been lucky because you got the best nurturing care from your parents and caregivers, and that's why you are here as MPH students. But there are many children who are deprived, and not that the parents don't want to nurture, but the parents have a struggle to meet the ends meet, and hence they're not able to invest much time for their children. Now, investment in children, does it need money? It is not. It is time, care, love, affection. I just want to quote one of the pioneers who did this work in ECD years ago. I had the opportunity, like how Mari is the chief of nutrition. We also had somebody called Dr. Patrice Engel, late Dr. Patrice Engel, who had done a lot of work on children who were then from the Ceausescu regime in Romania. These were children who were in the orphanage. And these children were cared, but they were given food, but there were no connect, contact, affection, love. So when these children were later adopted and went back, they saw that fine, these children were there, but there was some kind of sense of insecurity in them because they didn't get that love and affection. So one of the guiding principles of early childhood development is how do you really position the whole need of looking at child with lot of love, affection, care, and how do you feed the child with lot of care and affection. So this is something I'm going to present. Next. A state like Maharashtra, and here I want to, here I want to acknowledge Orissa for its excellent work in improving the nutrition situation from NFHS 4 to NFHS 5, and minimum dietary diversity is 22. Maharashtra is only 9%. We are the state which is supposed to be the most progressive state in the country. We contribute 15% to the national GDP. We have the richest people living in Maharashtra, but there are coexistence of the poorest of the poor also in Maharashtra. So if you look at the nutrition data of Maharashtra, we have not been able to make any difference from National Family Health Survey 4 to National Family Health Survey 5. Stunting remains same, wasting remains same, underweight remains same. What could be the reasons? The reasons have been many. There has been pockets of deprivation, huge urban population, not much programming. We really don't know how to program in urban. We are also seeing increasing trends in obesity. So it's a very different situation, and we have to really talk about what needs to be done differently. If you see the data, like everybody has been talking of overweight, obesity, look at Maharashtra, NFHS 4, and if you look at NFHS 5, look at the jump. Now, are these children coming from rich families? No, these are children coming from urban poor communities. These are children coming from some of the backward tribal blocks. So that means obesity among children no more remains a kind of a rich man's disease, but it is spreading. That means we are into a danger zone, and what can we do differently? If you look at the aspirations, how does advertisement influence family? All parents want their children to be intelligent. They want their children to be doing well. So all these advertisements that is shown as Pediasure, Bonvita, what do they tell? If you give your children this, your children's IQ will improve, this will improve. Now, even the poorest of the poor mother with an aspiration will go and buy this when she goes to the pediatrician or anything. So you give this, your child will do well. That poor lady will go buy all this and give. But as the tin, the content of the tin reduces, the water level goes high because she wants to keep that tin more so that she can give. But we know the dangers of having such diluted formula. And trust me, none of these things really contribute to IQ. But the media and the advertisements are so powerful, mothers get fooled into it, and poor things with the best interest will go and buy these things. What does the science tell us? The science is talking about it's a combination. What is brain? It's a combination of nature and nurture. And brains are established. And if you nurture them, if you really show affection, if you take care of them, where you talk about the neurons and all, it gets built. And for that is what we need to really talk about. When we talk to the parents, they understand. Our experiences working in Maharashtra with the frontline Anganwadi Thais, Ashas, very interesting learnings have come to us. Like when we have been trying to look at the science, a science, if it is translated into action, the frontline functionaries pick it up and they run with it. And we have seen that some of the beautiful innovations of how do you connect with families, how do you connect with parents and fathers have come from them. Because rightly so, they want the child to do well. They may not understand stunting and wasting, but they'll definitely understand humko hushar bacha chahiye. Acha, hushar bacha to what can we do? Can we do this? Can we do play with the child? Can we talk to the child? Can you communicate with the child? This is the conversations we started with our frontline functionaries. This slide is done by one of our very senior neonatologists who really started comparing on brain and body, how it grows. When we presented, we had a lot of apprehension to show this slide to the frontline functionaries, and we thought it may not. But when we showed this to our frontline teams and many of the people, they felt that if they do not take care of the first 2 years, they are losing the opportunity to really get the best possible growth and development for the children. So it is when you show this, this is also the where the conversations and discussions start with the frontline functionaries. So what did we do differently? Why Maharashtra took a different path? If we have to really improve growth and development, that means the interventions will contribute to reduction in stunting and wasting. We cannot wait. So we started looking at an approach, shifting a narrative from how many children are stunted and wasted to how your children are doing. Because when you have these conversations of how your children are doing, it is more of a empowering model. It's a more of a convincing model. Rather than asking, going to an Anganwadi, how many are wasted, how many SAM, how many stunted, the whole thing is they are only interested to know. But when I start the conversation with them, how your children are doing, the conversation shifts, the whole process shifts, and there is a kind of a connect you have with the front line. So similarly, they started going to the families and communities and having this whole thing. What does RM talk about? RM is built on the whole nurturing care framework, and it is RM is early moments matter. We bring in the whole concept of peer learning, appreciative inquiry, because we also, if the nurturing care is the fundamental principle, it's important that when you go into the communities to also talk what has worked well. So if in a community, there are many children, there may be 10 children, of which 3 are malnourished, but 7 are doing well. Why did those 7 children do well? What did the parents do? What did the front line? And we built the whole nurturing care based on what has worked well. And this is something which we have learned as a lesson, that when we go with any concept, we need to really see what has worked well. And through this, we were able to also identify some beautiful champions who are today, you can say, are the ECD experts. They can teach any one of us much better than some of the so-called experts. What did we do? We have science. Science has been there. Neurons, all that science is there. But how do you take the science to the community? Science may be for us. So the team in Sevagram, along with some of the very powerful, good ICDS supervisors, started innovating to say, suppose I have to explain to a mother that if you do this, your brain wiring of your child will improve, your child will be more alert, your child will participate better in the school. So what translated was the brain wiring game, which you are seeing here, is a very clear way of doing. They have first phase, they just tell, okay, do this. So the wiring is not so great, where there's only instructions. Then the next stage, they say, okay, can we do this? Can we do that? And you see the whole wiring increases and so much that the families then understand, oh, we need to be caring, we need to be affectionate, we need to tell them we love them, and how can you really hug them? Now, these were things we started bringing more with the families and communities. Now, can that be only done with mothers? No. We also thought fathers play a very important role. More than that, the families. So our counseling focus on the family, because we all believe that it takes a village to raise a child. So how do you really bring that narrative within the family? Then we talk about dietary diversity, everything. What do you mean by dietary diversity? So we started having this conversation, and there was one very bright supervisor. She's here, I want to show her. Her name is Sunita. She started innovating. What she did was she went into every household and found out what is available. And she got everything and she displayed to show that, look, we have so many things in our village. So many varieties are there. What can we do? The next step she did was, along with the mothers, she looked at combination of foods. Okay, because a 6-month-old baby, the stomach size is only so much, doesn't need too much. What you do is you make nutrient dense. How do you make it nutrient dense? So this is what we were able to show as something which was very much, you can say, endorsed by the field functionaries. And they started taking it. So today the parenting fair, or today the whole brain wiring game, across the village, they do it. And interestingly, the highest level of participation is from the fathers and the grandfathers, because they want to see what they can do for the grandchild and what they can do for the child. So it shifted. The focus shifted. The approach shifted, resulting in high level participation and saying that, yes, we can do it and this will help our children. This is one of the speciality of Maharashtra. Again, and this innovation has come from one of our very good ICDS supervisor, who used this as a complete visible, approach to see what is nurturing care. She brought the health, she brought the community, ICDS, and they show the whole Palak Melawa, the whole nurturing care continuum, right from pregnancy, first 1,000 days, everything. So when the villagers and the families come together, they understand the concepts very well. And these are done by the village heads. No money is spent. The village head, the self-help groups, they all sit together and they plan this parenting fair, which is a big hit in Maharashtra. And Today, parenting fair is used for many other social themes. And this is endorsed by the Department of Women and Child as one of the dedicated day during Poshan Ma, which looks at early childhood development. Who are the games people who are making this change? It is not UNICEF or Sevagram. It are these frontline teams, the Ashas and the Anganwadi Thais. And these two, why I'm putting, there are plenty, but these are the people who champion the whole thing in one of those areas. So what we try to do is make them champions, because then they take it to the different levels and different families and communities. When we ask them, how do you say RM has worked? Very interestingly, they come back and tell us that in my Anganwadi center, all children are doing well. There is not a single malnourished child. Are you sure? Come and see. Why? Because I started counseling not only the mothers, I started counseling the mother-in-laws, father-in-law, and everybody, and said that if you want your child to be intelligent, then we need to really take care of the mother and we need to nurture the child. Now, a lot of these finer aspects came from them because they are directly interacting with the families. They use all the social themes. They use all the occasions. Because in Maharashtra, there is strong cultural movements which has been there. They use these moments to spread the whole message of why we need to invest in children right at early if you want to have a child who's doing well in life. Very interestingly, we talk fathers and all, and we are seeing more and more young fathers really participating in feeding in the children. COVID, we all thought would be bad, but COVID also taught us a lesson because many of the fathers were at home. So we did social media campaign and all and reaching out to them. Interestingly, many of the feedback we got was the fathers were equally involved in taking care of the children because they were at home. And that was the time they were actually seeing how the child is growing, what the child is doing. So this is some feedback we have got from our frontline teams and also. What has really worked well, if you go to see, I want to be very clearly saying is a partnership. It's not just UNICEF, it's a partnership that resulted in this whole Arambh. The second thing is the participatory approach. Basically, our trainings are not sacrosanct. The trainings are very consultative process. The modules are developed in consultation with the supervisors and Anganwadi Thais and Ashas so that they feel they are part of the development. What we've been able to do is identify champions within the system. These are people who have been the stalwarts in taking the concept. We have them, and they are the people who are helping the concept to go across the state because it's not possible for us to reach out to the state. You go to any part of Maharashtra, any district, you will find such champions who is taking the agenda forward within the families and communities. We also have looked at contextualizing the science, and the best part is endorsement by the policymakers. It is not that only the secretary WCD or and all, but even the collectors and the CEOs of the districts have seen the changes in their district, who became the strongest advocate for early childhood development, who were instrumental in positioning this with the Department of Women and Child and Public Health. Yes, we go there as a technical thing, but when the voice comes from the field and when they endorse it, that has a better buy-in. And that's what we have seen in Maharashtra, which is taking turns. We have also seen some of the challenges what we are facing today is food prices. Food prices are going very high. And what is happening is convenience and affordability is influence the purchases. So we find in many of the places, including in the most interior places, you will find biscuits and chips easily available in small packets, affordable. So families are willing to spend per day 20, 30, 100. In the slum of Mumbai, they spend more than 200 rupees per day to buy such stuff. So availability is there, which is also going to be the big trigger for NCD among children, especially the obesity. We are seeing that families don't keep the child hungry. They buy, they give the money because mothers are working, and then the children go and buy all those stuff which is high salt and sugar content. So what we are seeing is they are taking care of hunger, but hunger is not translating into nutrition. So what can we do differently? How do you really look at home-based nutrition care? understanding what is available and how to really make such foods. It's not easy that we tell the mother you give 6 feeds because it's not possible when she has to work. So what can be the alternative? How can you really look at premixes which can be home based and that can be shared and given to the children? We are seeing the obesity increasing, not just in Mumbai city and urban, but it's also moving into tribal areas. And if we are worried that urban in Mumbai will be the epicenter for obesity and other NCD. We also have good opportunities. We had this whole RMBCD endorsed by the state government. We have very skilled champions. We started advocating about you can't nurture a baby if the mothers are not nurtured. So how do you really nurture the mothers? And that's how we started what is called the Vatsalya, which is nurturing the mothers for improve. And we have looked at the whole inclusion in a way. There are children with feeding difficulties. You have to address them, others they will be left behind. And more importantly for Maharashtra, there has been a special endorsement by the Chief Minister on Suposhit Maharashtra, focusing on the first 1,000 days, how that can connect to the next 1,000 days. So this is the end of my slide. If we change the beginning of the story, we change the whole story. So building brains, building future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rajalakshmi Nair, ma'am. It was lovely to learn from your experience. Now we are going to go for our next presenter, and he would be Dr. Antaryami Dash, Nutrition Specialist, Bihar. Dr. Antarjami Dash is a public health and nutrition specialist with over 18 years of experience in leading large-scale nutrition programs and implementation research. He has successfully driven initiatives aimed at enhancing program effectiveness through evidence-informed advocacy and multi-sectoral partnerships. With advanced training in social epidemiology, public health, health administration, and behavioral science research, Dr. Dash also has led organizational development, fundraising, and portfolio management that have contributed to sustainable health outcomes. He currently serves as a nutrition specialist with UNICEF India in the Bihar field office. Before this, he was the Deputy Director Health and Nutrition at Save the Children, where he led the organization at the national level. His key research interests include cost of diet and its affordability, childhood obesity, application of behavioral science and nudge theory to improve health and nutrition outcomes. We are going to learn more when he speaks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our next presenter, Dr. Antaryami Dash, Nutrition Specialist, Bihar.
Thank you, Shobana. Presentation. So one of my introduction, I think I should share that I started my public health and nutrition career in Odisha. I belong to Odisha. My hometown is in Keonjhar. So Saurav sir is the first tutor who taught me nutrition. So it's always a privilege and then, honor to come back to Odisha to speak to you. क्या हुआ? So I think after back-to-back technical sessions, you must be feeling tired, but I'll try to make it as interactive as possible. ये क्या हो गया? This is not how it was. कुछ fonts का issue है क्या? Next slide करो एक बार. मेरे लैपटॉप से होगा?
Check. So we have a minute or two. If you have any question for the chairs or for the presenters, we can take it now. We can take a question or a suggestion or anything. Do you have? Yes, please. Go to mic. So we will take a minute to set it up, sir. So मैं ठीक है mic दबा आप अच्छा बटे. We would request our delegates to kindly introduce themselves and then please. We are just bringing the mic to you, sir. Okay, so I think there is it working? Yeah. Saurabh sir is getting it.
Hi. Yeah. I'm Shugata Roy. I'm the SVC specialist with UNICEF. At the outset, let me thank my colleagues for the wonderful presentations. I mean, it's not a question, just adding up to what Preeti was mentioning. She started off putting that a day in a of our target audience. In the morning, you wake up, you see the ads in the phone, the newspaper, and TV. And when you step out, it's the billboards. Then we go to the shop, it's the point of sales. Everything there around us all the time. What we are having the challenge is, can we be around our target audience with the healthy food? You get up, oh, this is what I'm going to have, this is what I'm going I mean, that's how we have to attack. Because we are talking about multinationals, their marketing strategy vis-a-vis SBC strategy, we need to be positioning ourselves. One thing where our advocacy has to come at the highest level, we can't stop selling off unhealthy foods, junk foods. We simply cannot stop it. But can we advocate for stopping ads the way we did it for tobacco? There was a high rise of adolescent smoking in Calcutta when in fact, I was servicing ITC at that point of time. I know how ITC was working in stopping the ban coming in, and tobacco lobby was working. And simply what happened, the ban on advertisement of cigarettes actually brought down the smoking. And what they did, even if you put a signboard outside, 80% of the signboard should have showing the health risk of smoking this product. And little bit underneath, there will be that. If we can really advocacy around that, okay, you are having Lays, but can happen to you. I mean, like smoking has a direct impact in this particular product, direct impact will not come. But if we can have those messages on Coke, on Pepsi, enough of space is there to put it. That would be one of our biggest victory if we have to ensure this. This is one. Now on the just you were mentioning about the UGC guidelines of not having any unhealthy food sold out here. I mean, anybody in Bhubaneswar knows near the kids you go, everywhere you have these things happening. And in fact, in my wife's school, without mentioning the name of the school, there was a session on healthy diets and junk food. And during the Christmas celebration, what was served? Burger and Pepsi. So that is the irony. And we are having these kind of challenges. And the last point on social norms, which Arpita was mentioning about, there is an emotional connect when you talk to mother about the healthy child, a pregnant mother, a pregnant woman, about the healthy child and all. But the challenges that we are facing in the tribal areas is the woman doesn't want to have a baby bump. I mean, we have met some of our TJs where you see the woman, she's 6 months pregnant, but you don't see the baby bump out there. Why? She says, I can end up having just one child. If I have a bigger child, my size of my child increases, I will have cesarean. That's a myth which is ingrained in our brain. You can't afford to have a big size child so that you will have a cesarean and you cannot deliver more than a child. You need to have 3, 4 of them. So this is where the challenge comes. We have so much of IEC, so much of community engagements happening, but vis-a-vis traditional practices, social norms, so much ingrained in the system, which is a bigger challenge for us. As you all mentioned about SVC strategies required, so we have to work on that. Thank you. Thank you for those lovely presentations.
Thank you, Shri Subrato. If I am mentioning your name correctly, sir. Shri Subrato, is it? Okay. Subrato, sir. Thank you so much for your suggestions and your remarks. And Dr. Antaryami Dash, please let us get started with your presentation. Everyone, please welcome Dr. Dash.
Thank you. So my topic is catalyzing food system across all the pillars, households, community, and in institutions like schools. So I'll be speaking and giving examples of few other states and at a national level. There is a recent estimates the food security and nutrition database from 2025, which talks about the cost of a healthy diet. If you know how much does it cost in India, it is roughly 340 rupees. And this cost is in PPP, that is in purchasing power parity. So you can compare this, internationally with other, countries. It is not in a fixed dollar or not in a fixed, currency. PPP neutralize those inter-country variation. So 340 rupees per person per day. Do you think it's expensive or it is okay or it is normal, or how much is your reflection about this cost? This is the cost of a healthy diet per person per day. If you are a family of, say, for example, 5 people, then how much? Some 1700. It looks expensive, right? That is how it is. And the cost increases the moment you increase the quality of the diet. These are the 3-step ladder. The base is a energy only diet that has only calorie, only energy, that will make you just survive. Then the next level is energy plus the micronutrient and the balance of macronutrient. And the last is the healthy diet that has the food diversity and other essential vitamins as well. So the moment you rise from base to the third stage, the cost of diet increases. And economically, how do we define access? Access is a factor of affordability and availability. I don't think for many of you availability is an issue for healthy diet, but definitely affordability can be an issue. I'll give you one example of a uh, sorry, how this unaffordability impact your undernourishment. If you look at this graph, the higher you go towards unaffordability, more you will see that people are undernourished in a country. So there are countries, there are examples. If the cost of diet is unaffordable for the population, then you will find that that population is undernourished. Same thing is with child stunting. The unaffordability and child stunting are directly correlated. If you notice the R square, there is a figure in the top right corner in the graph. It will tell you how much of that is attributed for child stunting. It is roughly 50% of the child stunting, roughly 40% of the population undernourishment is attributed to unaffordability of the diet. The same thing is mentioned in this book, in this report that is published in 2025. Globally, 31% of population are no longer able to afford a healthy diet, and that is 2.6 billion in the world. But the same percentage, the moment it comes to India, it is 40%, 9 percentage points higher. So globally it was 31%, but for India it is 40% people who cannot afford a healthy diet, and that is around 560 million people in the country.
A very small study, we did it in Jharkhand, in your neighboring states in Chaibasa districts. And we found that a healthy diet is 2.5 times more expensive than a energy only diet. And that is how people are, quenching their hunger and, somehow managing to fill the belly, and they are feeling satisfied. That is why the generation is malnourished, because you cannot, rise up to that level of cost and to make it affordable. So unaffordability is a big issue there. But interestingly, we also found that through modeling we experimented that. But if you optimize and universalize the existing services, like for example IFA or the THR or eggs in the Anganwadi centers, then you minimize that affordability gap by 30%. Because we saw that what are the cost driver, what are those elements that make the diet this expensive. And the cost drivers are generally iron, the B12, all this kind of thing. But for all children, there is a bi-weekly IFA supplementation scheme available, right? But if you look at that scheme, only 12% children are having access to bi-weekly IFA. So how about increasing that coverage to 90% of children? Then you bring down the cost affordability, right? So this is how we can optimize the existing program, increase their coverage, so that the cost of healthy diet can be minimized. Now, this is also, in the morning, I met a young scholar who is doing his PhD in developmental economics. So I think he is sitting there. So I thought we can have a discussion. So how do we look at the elasticity of a demand of a particular nutrient? If you look at calorie, protein, and fat, you will see fat is more elastic in the sense. Uh, in this case, the 10% increase in your income will increase the consumption of fat by 6%, right? But that is not the case with protein, and that is not the case with calorie. So with every increase in income, you cannot just increase your calorie consumption or protein consumption. However, you will tend to intake more fat. So fat is very price elastic, and it tend to increase with your income increase. And this has been proven 3 times in 3 NSSO data that has captured both income, expenditure, and the consumption pattern. Just think for yourself. If you earn more, if you want to have a good life, what are the options to uh, you know feel that adequacy, or you invite people, you will always find that the fattening food are the choice that you will have to spend on. You cannot invite people to give energy and calorie, but you will end up giving either the aerated drinks or the fried fruit or the fried snack. So fat is increasing day by day. So that's the saddened part. So everything begins at home. Charity begins at home. Unfortunately, the food habit, the bad habits, everything begins at home. This is another study we did that is examining how the maternal consumption of junk food influence childhood obesity. In India, we took the data from NFHS 5, and we saw that thankfully in NFHS, the junk food consumption is there for mother, not for child, right? So if you look at the aerated drinks and the uh, deep fried food, how many times the mother has eaten in the last 7 days, there is a data, right? So if you construct a variable that how many times the mother has had junk food in the last 7 days, and then you see if the mother has a child, and that is the index child for NFHS, and then you look at their anthropometric condition, then you tend to find that mother who have junk food regularly has a 39% more chances of having a child which is obese in that household. So it's a very, very direct obesogenic environment, brewing at the household, and children are probably learning through that. And there is another interesting thing. If you look at these 3 graphs, you know, no or low or moderate or high. These are the junk food intensity consumption by mother, and the graph height is the obesity prevalence of children, right? So 4% in a high group mother who intake junk food regularly. Similarly, childhood obesity is also linked to maternal BMI, right? If the mother's BMI, if the mother is obese, there is a very high likely that the child is also obese. So most of the physical activity, the obesogenic environment, the eating pattern, the food and everything is determined by household practices. It's also very unfair that we are burdening parents, the mother, the father, uh, that you need to change behavior because your child is growing and the child is learning, but that's the truth. They have to change their practices, and you cannot communicate to a under 5-year child, but you can definitely influence the parents to change their behavior. So that's how it increases 39% higher risk uh, of childhood obesity if the mothers are taking regularly junk food. Now coming to a special program, and it's in Bihar. The name of the program is what? Huh? Battery. Sorry. Yeah. So the program is Ankuran. That's the seeding, the seed, and how we are trying to influence healthy eating behavior and overall health and nutrition parameter for young, adolescents and children in schools. So this program started with 100 schools in 2017 and is now functional, running in 40,000 schools across 38 districts in Bihar. And there is a convergence between 7 government department, that is education, health, the Jibika, that's the SRLM, agriculture, horticulture, Narega, PhD. There are academic institutions and other development partners are also supporting, including UNICEF. So these are 5-6 pillars, different activities of the program. It starts with a promotion of diet diversity through a functional Nutri-Garden, in all the schools. Then there is nutrition, hygiene, sanitation, linkages in the schools. There are health and education sessions. There is health checkup, IFA, deworming. All this is part of the program. And the government has spent 73 crore budget into it. So out of that, I think 10 crore is coming from MDM department, and the remaining 63 crore is coming from MG and REGA. How MG and REGA is supporting a school nutrition program, you must be thinking. So every school has a functional Nutri Garden. To support that Nutri Garden, MG Narega have budgeted the labor cost of their people, because MG Narega is a social capital formation program. So typically those people, they go for a infrastructure project, but they can come to this Nutri Garden and deploy their labor and get that money back, right? So they are guaranteeing 100 days in a year of guaranteed work. So this is part of that package. That's how it is budgeted. And all these different departments are converging together to support the program. So we have created a training manual as well as a YouTube video link. You can access it. That's very helpful to train the cooks and the helper in every schools to how to um design a healthy meal, how to cook it and how to serve it, the hygiene part and the SOP, everything is part of the package. Sorry. Then we did a kind of a assessment. There is a big learning from this program, that in all these schools, at least in some schools, we have access to data, and there is a BMI self screening happening. Children are doing their own screening with the help of a teacher. Digital weighing scale, anthropometric scales have been provided to all schools, so they're doing. So we did a baseline, and then after 8 months, we did a end line, and we are seeing the BMI, shifting from those who are thin, 8.3% is they were thin. So the thin percentage has, reduced to 4.9%. So there is a 40% decline in the proportion of children who are thin, right? So that is a very, encouraging thing. But at the same time, there is a 34% increase in overweight. So, you can see in districts like Purnia, it's a very hardcore rural districts, the obesity and overweight is also catching up. So that is the drive home message here. Then this MDM program, they have, incorporated multiple indicator to, report through a IVRS mechanism, which is an interactive voice response. So the teacher get a call and they, report how many children got IFA, how many children attended the NHE sessions. So this is being managed through a, dashboard. Earlier, this kind of, reporting mechanism was not there, but now that there is a reporting mechanism, you can rank the districts, you can grade them, you can monitor them. So this is helpful. Now, with a lot of effort, we are trying to do a nutrition and health environment assessments in the schools. This is not very much exactly like a needs, which Pritu said, but it is a precursor to that. There are some variables of the NEAT assessment tool is already part of this assessment, and government has asked and they have requested support from UNICEF. So we have designed this tool and teachers are doing themselves. So every week a teacher is there is a Kobo Collect, there's a digital form, they will fill it up, they will submit, and they are analyzing for themselves. Let's see what's the data till now. Till yesterday we saw that some 1856 data from around 18 districts is filled up. And if you look at the first 2-3 indicators are pertaining to today's session, right? So children bought junk packets with them. 6.5% of children in a rural setup are bringing junk food to the schools in their tiffin box. And a vendor serving junk food in the 50-meter radius to the school is around 13%, right? And there are many other health, nutrition, and WAS, physical activity, all these indicators. This dashboard is getting updated every month. So these are the data systems that we have helped government to look at and act upon. And if you look at children's are also, they are expressing their views about the quality of midday meal. Are they happy with the taste, the texture, the appearance, and the overall acceptability of a midday meal? So if we run this kind of assessment and program across state, I think over a period of time, there would be some change in some of the indicators. These are some of the materials that we have developed. All of them are in Hindi. So any Hindi speaking states can directly, refer to them, and, it can be a helpful Kickstarter if you are thinking around this kind of, programming. Thank you. Translated into other languages. Definitely, not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Antaryami Das, for the beautiful presentation. For this session, we have one last more to go, and this will be deliberated by Dr. Khyati Tiwari, the nutrition specialist from Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Before we have her on the stage, let me give you a brief about her. Dr. Khyati Tiwari is a nutrition specialist with UNICEF India based in Hyderabad with over a decade of experience in advancing maternal, child and adolescent nutrition. She holds a master's in public health from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, that's TISS, Mumbai, and has specialized training in public financing for children and results-based management. In her current role, Dr. Tiwari Tiwari provides technical leadership on integrated young child nutrition, early childhood development, community-based management of acute malnutrition, antenatal care, and promotion of healthy diets, applying a system strengthening approach across states. She has been instrumental in developing cost-effective protocols for managing acute malnutrition that reach 2.2 million children in Telangana, designing an integrated antenatal care protocol benefiting over 1 million women, and leveraging digital platforms for scalable maternal, infant, and young child nutrition and early childhood development interventions. Internationally, she has worked with UNICEF Philippines, the Department of Health, and the World Bank to strengthen national nutrition policies. Time to hear from her. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to our next presenter, Dr. Khyati Tiwari, Nutrition Specialist, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. A warm welcome.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you. It has been a rather long session. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. And to start, I would first like to thank the government of Orissa and the ICMR unit for giving this opportunity to speak about the experiences that we bring from different states. We've heard about a lot of science and a lot of um, how things actually work. Let's move from science data into the realm of actually what has been done and what has proven to be successful and what continues to remain some of the challenges, and bringing this experience from down south. What we know has worked for Telangana, and Telangana has been among one of those states where we've seen a drastic decline in maternal mortality rates, a decline to the extent that Telangana has already achieved the Sustainable Development Goals for MMR. We've also seen between the two surveys of NFHS 4 and 5 that there has been a significant improvement in the service delivery patterns, especially associated with maternal and child nutrition. We see that ANC registration in first trimester saw a huge jump. For ANC services saw a huge jump. We see that in institutional births are almost universal. We see that immunization, vitamin A services, zinc supplementation, these things have seen a significant improvement. The one area where we have not seen such a significant improvement is IFA consumption, and there is more to talk when we go into that. What continues to present a challenge, and this slide may not be very different from what previous speakers have already presented. We've seen that there is a reduction in underweight among pregnant women, adolescent girls, women in reproductive age group, but this decline has started to slow down. And I think when I speak for the entire southern set of states there, the 5 states down south, that the undernutrition decline among women in reproductive age groups have starting to show a declining trend, but this decline has also declined further. So the way in which it should be declining has not been furthered. So we are sticking around in those double-digit numbers, and that emphasizes that there needs to be a further push as we see. What we see that has increased significantly is the overweight and obesity prevalence. So much so that Hyderabad, the city in the heart of Telangana, has around 50% women in reproductive age group who are overweight and obese already. This is the largest number for the country. It's the epicenter of obesity for the entire country, and that calls for an urgent action from the state, but also from the nation at large. And something that has not really moved, and I think this is a sticky thing, and we heard Madam Development Commissioner speak a lot about this in the morning also, that anemia levels have seen stagnation. At least from the data that we have available right now, we see that anemia is not budging, and this is not budging for multiple age groups. We see the same trend for adolescent girls, we see the same trend for pregnant women, we see the same trends for even children. In fact, that's where the trends are pointing upward. So we're not seeing a stagnation, we're seeing an increase. There is evidence that also comes to talk about that maternal nutrition significantly has impacted the child stunting rates in Telangana. And this is the data that comes from stunting exemplar study, and this was specifically done in a few states where decline trends in stunting was significant. And in Andhra and Telangana, we saw that 50% change in stunting was because of the interventions that the state had taken with regards to maternal nutrition, maternal health, maternal education. So this is the rider. If we do need to make a change in any of the child undernutrition patterns, overnutrition patterns, maternal nutrition, maternal health, maternal education remains a very strong precursor. And now, given that we have these evidences, what are those specific areas that Telangana has looked upon when there is any policy in making that Telangana has institutionalized? These are 4 pillars that I have seen in the last 10 years working in Telangana that the state has adopted. First is the rights-based approach, putting the woman and the child in the center of programming. It's not something that's driven by a particular department. It's not something that is driven by a particular agency. It is what is the requirement of the child, of the mother. Do we look at it? Do we look at nutrition as a legal right for the woman and the child? And if we look at it that way, that means that there needs to be serious measures to make sure that these provisions, these entitlements are provided to the children. The second point is equity. When we look at Telangana, when we think of Telangana, the only thing that comes into our mind is Hyderabad and then the biryani. But I think the state has that cognizance in mind that Telangana is beyond Hyderabad, that there are those silos, those pockets in the state where the services are still not reaching in the way that they should. There are children who are deprived, there are mothers who are still not getting services. And there have been initiatives that are taken up by the state to ensure that equity becomes a important cornerstone for any kind of programming. We look at tribal agencies. We also look at urban programming models as some of the important factors because these are the people who are perhaps missed out the most. And then finally comes the point is continuum of care. Often when we talk of continuum of care, we look at the life cycle approach, that there is a child, then there is an adolescent girl, then there is a pregnant mother, and then they deliver, and then it goes around. What we often forget that even within pregnancy there is a continuum of care. There is registration in first trimester, it continues, and then there is a continuum of care that should continue after pregnancy, the postpartum care, which we often miss out, which is often the most deprived and the weakest element in the service delivery pattern. And this is one of the aspects that has been taken into cognizance, that how do we bring about that continuum of care in the programming approaches that are brought into being. And then finally, the convergence, without which things will not move, without which any programming that you do is incomplete. And this is where we see in Telangana that there are departments which are coming together. There are information systems that are flowing into each other. I think we are only one of those few states where the health information system is linked to the ICDS information system. So if there is a birth weight that gets captured in any facility, the ICDS system is aware that the birth weight of this particular child is this much. We don't have to rely on somebody sharing that data because it is available, it is visible for people to look at the data and to program accordingly. So these are the 4 cornerstones that Telangana is consciously looking at when policies, programs, interventions are being planned. And to give you a few examples of how some of these things were done, I bring about to you, Arogya Lakshmi scheme, and I think this has been spoken of multiple times. This was a scheme that was initiated in 2013, 2014, and this started with a tribal-dominated geography, where we realized that the THR that has been given by ICDS often gets shared the mother, who is the primary beneficiary of the THR, is not receiving the benefits, because when it lands into a family basket, it's everybody who's consuming it. And that is when it was decided to give that one hot meal at the Anganwadi center, where the pregnant mother, where a mother till the child turns 6 months of age, a postpartum mother, could have that meal at the Anganwadi center. And this one meal provides with 40% of the RDA requirement based on the NFSA. And this continued as a part of this programming, and it was scaled up eventually. This is a program that is scaled up in the state as we speak, and it reaches to about 500,000 women across Telangana. There was continuous improvement in this program. It started as a food meal delivery platform. It was then laid up into micronutrient supplementation. IFA supplementation was done, calcium supplementation was being done, enrollment for ANC was being done as a part of this scheme. And later on, this was the platform that ICDS and health systems started using for gestational weight tracking, because the mothers came in every day. A fixed day approach for tracking of weight by Anganwadi teachers was initiated, and based on this, specific counseling sessions were given to the mothers based on how much weight are they gaining. Are they gaining the weight with commensurate to the weight with which they start the pregnancy? And it's not a very specific gain 10 to 12 kgs of weight. That's one of the things that I think we have refuted early on, saying that every pregnancy is unique, every mother is unique, and if you start your pregnancy with, say, a 36 kg weight, you could also gain up to 20 kgs of weight. But if you start your pregnancy at 65 kgs, you better not gain even 10 kgs of weight, because then that would create complications as you move on. And that is the customized counseling approach that has been adopted in the state as we moved forward. This particular platform of Arogya Lakshmi was also later on used to integrate the early childhood development messages for the mothers through the state flagship program of Alana Palana. Mothers were informed on how the child grows through small videos which were made in local languages, where the mothers were taught on how to play with the child, where the gender stereotypes were broken, where fathers were told that yes, you can also bathe your child. It's not always a mother's responsibility to do that. And that is also a moment where fathers can connect emotionally with the child. And these were some of the opportunities that were utilized to make the best use of this particular platform. Then we initiated something which is called Ending Preventive Maternal Mortality in the year 2020. And this was a platform where analysis was done to understand what are the factors that contribute to maternal mortality. Anemia came right on the top, but then there were other 19 factors which were also influencing maternal mortality rates. And so again, a rights-based approach was adopted to put the mother and the child diet at the center of programming, to understand and to program around it, that how do we make sure that with accountability, quality services are delivered across the state, not just in the capital cities, not just at the district hospital, but also if an ANC is availed at a health and wellness center, how do we ensure that there are quality standards that are set in place? And this again reinforced the concept of continuum of care, making sure that the mother is able to receive services across pregnancy period and even after delivering the child. As a part of this intervention, we tried to address the low compliance of IFA that kept lingering between NFHS 4 and 5 and the data that we saw. And this is where iron ascorbate or ferrous ascorbate was launched in the state. It replaced the usually used iron tablet, which is the sulfate tablet, and it was replaced with a capsular form to improve compliance of IFA among mothers. The ascorbate layering of the capsule improved the absorption in the gut because of the vitamin C content. There was also a lot of ambitions that mothers hold in states where they feel that if they buy a IFA capsule that is of a better quality than what is given to them during the ANC, because it is free of cost. With this, we were able to see that the compliance of IFA actually increased. Ashas were made the depot holders for this IFA capsules. And between 24 and 25, we've seen that there is an improved compliance of IFA in Telangana. There is an improvement by 60% that's visible in the health HMIS, and we hope to see that the same gets reflected in NFHS 6 when the data comes out. This is also one of the interventions that was brought into place, and this is a stepped approach to high risk pregnancy management. There were 20 high risk factors that were identified that seem to contribute to maternal mortality, of which among the nutritional factors, we added anemia, the gestational weight management, and the perinatal mental health, because these seem to have a direct impact on the pregnancy, the successful pregnancy, and also pregnancy outcome. It gave a stepped approach that at what level, what are the services that are to be provided, how to screen, how to identify, how to categorize, how to treat, manage, or refer a particular mother at any given point in time. And there were tools which are developed to aid at each level. So ASHA, ANM, a medical officer in a PHC, a medical specialist at a district hospital, each one of them have a clear role and responsibility that are allocated to this. And to add to this, we have a digital tracking mechanism which aids us to understand how this mother is doing ANC by ANC. Are we able to understand if there is any improvement, or if there is any faltering that's happening, so that there can be critical touch points that can be established. And this again reminds me of something that Madam Development Commissioner said in the morning, that can we have a ghanti, a reminder that, tells you that this is what you're supposed to do, this is where you're supposed to intervene. And this ghanti or the reminder is not just for your rights holder, this reminder is also for your service provider, that you have a high risk case among yourself. Do you recognize, do you realize that there is a care, there is a service that has to be provided? There are customized tools that are adopted, and this is an example of one such customized tool which is developed for gestational weight monitoring. So different kinds of food groups that are to be given to women who are gaining weights differently. There can be women who are gaining weight normally and they need to be counseled in that manner. There are women who are not gaining enough weight and have to be counseled to increase those kind of foods in their diet which can support healthy weight gain. And similarly for overweight and obese pregnant women. And these are the tools that are available in this format, and also in the format of small posters which are sent out using WhatsApp messages to these mothers, so that they have something to follow through at their level in their household. We also brought in a state mascot, and this is a mascot which was brought in who can operate across multiple departments. One of the larger difficulties that remains is that if there are a lot of people working on the same thing, there are different things which are said at different points in time, which are at times conflicting and confusing. So Geetama was brought into play to universalize communication on certain aspects related to nutrition. If there is a gateway behavior that is identified, we identify that message that goes through uniformly across all departments. The ASHA says the same thing, Anganwadi worker says the same thing, the SHG groups also say the same thing. And that uniformity has made a lot of difference, because it leads to a lot of repetition of the same thing and leads to engagement of the mothers in understanding what is required. And this was something that we did for our gateway behavior of testing. We realize that mothers do not consume IFA because they don't realize that they are anemic. And how do they know they are anemic is by testing. And so aspiration was set for them, rise above 12. 12 is the hemoglobin count where you need to reach, and you test yourself and you make sure that you are able to engage with the systems in that format, so that you basically other to those services which make you reach there. And this was a call to action. We were able to reach about 2 million women and girls across the state in this testing campaign, and this was one of the larger crowd turners for Telangana. Preetu spoke about it, and so did Antaryami, and we did in 2024 our own version of SNEET tool. And this was something to look at the school food environment. We realized that we do have some data that speaks of um, what children are eating at school, and a lot of it actually comes from only MDM. There are different kinds of schools with which we all work with. There are government schools, government aided schools, there are residential schools, and then there are private schools. The foods that are present in each of these schools follow a different modalities. Some places where it is prepared within the schools, some places where SHG groups are preparing it, some places where organizations like Akshay Patra and others are preparing and sending the meals. And then there are some places where children bring their own food lunch boxes, and then there are residential schools where the children eat the food throughout the day in the school. So we wanted to understand this entire food cycle of how and what the child is consuming when at school, and we were able to kind of understand how the school meal programs are running across various schools. We also looked at the nutrition education bit of it, and this is not just that 1 hour every week that they are mandated to sit in a room like something like this, and then there is one person like me who's speaking and a lot of people who are not listening. And we realized that that's exactly what's happening in name of nutrition education. And we were able to map that out, map the content, map the frequency, map the quality of conversation. Of course, the quality of conversation mapping was done based on the perception of the child this time and not the teacher. And then we looked at the other school health programs like AMB, like the school health and wellness programs, and the other layering aspects of it where IFA, albendazole, and things like that are provided, and what was the efficiency of this kind of programs in being operationalized. And finally, we looked at this nutritious environment of the school nutrition environment, availability of various kinds of foods inside, outside, on the way, for residential school children while they are on holiday. We were able to assess these things, and we were able to understand where there are penetration through which the junk food or the processed food is actually entering. And finally, what we were also able to do was to understand the perception of the child per se, which is often something that we miss out. These are new age adolescent people, the Gen Y and the Gen Z. I don't know what they're actually called, but maybe let's say Gen Z. They have their own perceptions, they make their own choices, they are driven by their own will. And there were many cases where children came out and said that, yes, we know this is unhealthy, but I like eating it nevertheless. So the choice is something that is often neglected when policies are made. And so we collected a lot of information around these things. And when we condense this information, we find that there are three specific areas for us to work on that become absolutely essential to avail a healthy school food environment. The first is to improve the food safety element of it. And by food safety, we mean A to Z of it. It's not just where you procure, how you make, how you serve. There is a lot more that gets into it. And that would include your ultra processed and your super ultra processed food into it. The second is enhancing nutrition literacy, making sure children associate with it. Not just us associating, but children associating with it is a very important element. And then finally, looking at strengthening regulations, but at the same time implementing those regulations. We do have some regulations, most of them are not getting implemented. How do we make sure that these do get implemented and get implemented strongly and systematically in the school environment? And these are the area of works that are still something that we are trying to figure out and work out in Telangana. And then finally, this is my last slide. Please sit down for 5 more minutes. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. And this is my last slide. And so I am happy to bring in this slide while this is not a core nutrition slide. But over a period of time, we've realized that nutrition in its own isolation will not make the difference. It is very important for us to understand nutrition in its social environment. And this is one of the things that has been done in Telangana, and I would call it a landmark judgment. Telangana has announced creation of Indira Mahila Shakti Mission in 2025, which expands the women self-help collectives to adolescent collective groups, which increases the reach of adolescent collectives. It was created with a very simple ambition of making sure that the services which are existing start reaching to them better so that they can start asking for their services, their legal rights that are there pertaining to nutrition, health, education, and all of it together, while providing them a safe environment, a peer conducive environment to be able to do that. The second thing is making them responsible for their own future, creating community hubs where these dialogues can happen, where there can be people who can steer these conversations forward, making these adolescent groups more independent and better empowered. And then finally, looking at an economic empowerment environment. We are looking at an adolescent groups, or we are looking at a future where people honestly do not want to work very hard. So we have to look at a environment, an enabling environment where employability of these people increase. There is skill development that happens, and this is a platform that is aiming to do that. We are aiming to create a social safety net around these adolescent girls and boys to make sure that they are able to make a difference in the world that's going to come. And then finally, it's not all hunky dory. And honestly, the last slide. So we have a huge unfinished agenda for Telangana. While we do talk about Viksit Bharat 2047 or 2030, we are looking at a Telangana rising model similar to all other states and the country. We have certain areas that are identified as aspects which have not been worked on yet. Overweight and obesity continues to remain a very, very threatening challenge. There is some things which are done, but there is a lot more that remains to be done. The conception model that still needs to be integrated in the continuum of care model continues to remain one of the challenges. While there is coverage which has improved over the last few years, quality of services continue to remain a challenge, and they definitely do not have the same standards across the state. And so standardizing quality of care becomes one of the most important challenges for the state. And then finally, the community-led empowerment model. And there is a lot more for us to learn as we move forward. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Khyati Tiwari, for the impactful presentation. Now we have come for the question answer timing. Please ask any questions, or if you have, or any suggestions you want to make, anything. We can pass on the mic when you raise. Yeah, we see your hand. Please pass the mic to him. ठीक है, mic दे दवाने के.
So I request all the participants to listen carefully and try to be very much engaged in the in the all these lectures and come up with some of the questions, some of the interactions. Otherwise, it will be not of any use for any of you. So please be involved, raise questions, discuss, and get engaged.
Thank you. So to every person who is asking, please introduce yourself and also mention who your question goes to.
Good evening, everyone. I am Subhash Kumar from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi, and I have question or some kind of comment from for Pritu ma'am. As during my field for doing my PhD, I got a case study that I asked a parent, like, did you feed your child within an hour after delivery. So her grandmother said कि मन ने ना ठहरा, मैंने तो बिस्किट खिलाई थी. So I asked कौन सी बिस्किट, तो उसके फादर बोलते हैं कि like बिस्किट पार्ले जी, G for genius. So is this the way कि like our advertisement or television showing everything is a different misleading thing, like parle ji is G for genius, similarly is Maggie. Before 2015 ban, Maggie is 2 minutes good to eat, but after 2015 the Maggie changes his tagline ki we are safe, it's all for your nanhi kali. The misleading advertisement is that much, or the economy behind the advertisement is so profitable for government that they are not giving us proper board or proper system to how to advertisement, how to show them. Because nowadays children, my small niece is asking, माँ मुझे तो वो वाली चीज जो टीवी पर आती है, and every time they know how the Blinkit works, how Instamart works. So this is a best economy way, or government is trying to how health or nutrition is important for us. Is the government is in dilemma or what? That's the
Okay.
biggest question or comment also.
Thank you. And for the next ones, I would request to keep the question short, please. Thank you. Can we bring the mic to madam? That's- Or else get the other mic. Yes.
So thank you so much for that question, and you have really hit the target. And if you remember, I shared that there is a guideline or an act called Misleading Advertisement 2022. But having an act is a one thing, and actually execution of act is another thing. Until somebody files a case, there are proper penalties under the guidelines. These things do happen. You have mentioned two, but then we know there are many misleading advertisement going on, and that's worrisome. And as part of the Let's Fix Our Food, that's what we are trying to talk to FSSAI. But alone we can't do anything. As I said, it's all the stakeholders that needs to come together to raise these issues. There are countries where the penalty of misleading activity is very, very high. It runs into lakhs and crores of money. Unfortunately, in India, those acts are not defined to really penalize it very strongly, and that's why these misleading activities keeps coming on. And let's hope that these things are executed in much stronger way with more guidelines.
I'll go to mic, Daba, please.
Regulating misleading ads. But Advertising Council of India is set up by the people from the advertising industries. So it is all hand in glove. It will never happen. What I said in the beginning, that can we bring censorship on this ad by the government, the way it is on the alcohol and tobacco. Unless and until you bring it in that way, this kind of things will go on, and it will be really big challenge for our public health professionals.
I can only say that there are a lot of global studies that show that poor diet is the biggest killer globally and also in India. More people are dying because of poor diet. Comparatively, less people are dying due to smoking or tobacco. That's the sense of urgency. I completely agree with you. Like the Advertising Council, I think that's pure conflict of interest. I think we need more fairer platforms to where these things, more stronger, stringent regulations are needed.
Thank you, ma'am. As we are going to have another session, can we take one last question? If at all we have.
Just to add to what Preetu has just said, the Breastfeeding Promotion Network has been able to set an example wherein these breast milk substitutes are banned. So we can learn from that. That is something which has happened within our country. And can we also have similar such strong stands? And there, the civil society organization, the multilaterals can play a huge role in interpreting or in sort of learning from what has happened with the breast milk substitutes and have similar things on ultra processed food. The problem is we don't have a clear cut definition of ultra processed food also. But if we have it and it is happening, the front of pack labeling, HFSS, and we have Latin American countries giving examples like, even you are making reformulations. So you're making something healthy by just adding a sugar sweetener. So that is equally ultra processed. So that understanding and nutrition literacy is important amongst the policy makers, amongst the people, the people who engage with this kind of work. And as Preetu has rightly said, this let's fix our food can be a platform which can be we can count upon that particular platform to create that. But we do have examples from the country. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Can I just add one line that we use the word called ultra processed food. So our mind analyzes that it is a food. At the end of the day, it's a food. There are countries who have started discussing that because actually ultra processed food doesn't follow the definition of food. There are countries who have started discussing that let's scrap this word called ultra processed food. It's actually edible industrial product. And I'm sure when a packet is mentioned as edible industrial product, possibly I would not like to eat it. It's similar to parachute. Parachute is an edible oil, but I doubt we use parachute in cooking at homes because the mind doesn't resonate that it's an edible oil, but actually parachute is an edible oil. It's the same logic. These are not food. These are just edible products. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we end with this? Yes. Over to the chairs to have the closing remarks.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. This is a very interesting discussion. I mean, we need to quickly move into the next session for more interesting discussions. And I tell you, this is just a curtain raiser of what is going to come in the next couple of days. So I thank all my colleagues, the UNICEF team who have come all the way from Delhi and from several states to share the experiences of what it means by consuming ultra-processed food, aka industrial products. What do you want? And someone questioned that what is government doing? I think government alone, there are no shortages of legislations on these, but all of it actually boils down to the will and fighting the might of the mighty. So all of us should be champions from this 5-day workshop. All of us, we want you to take home the message, be champions of this cause, that we will neither we will consume nor we will allow others who we know, who we love to consume ultra processed foods or industrial foods, to ensure that health and nutrition of not only of us, but our future generations are also protected. Having said this, I think we will close this session. And Shubhendu, should we start? Madam, would you like to say?
I'll just quickly summarize what was discussed. Very important points like the community health workers are being like several examples from the 4 states. I'm seeing that the community health workers are actually performing the work of individualized counseling. Learning from those examples, can we take those examples to the other states, or what can we do in the other states where community health workers can actually do not precision nutrition, but individualized nutrition? So that's a big challenge. The nurturing care model, amazing early childhood development. We have examples from Meghalaya and all. So can we actually learn? The cross learnings between the states is very important. And lastly, the cost of diet study. We need to have more of such studies to tell people or have our policies to make food more affordable. The policies have to make food subsidized, and taxation should be added to those products which are unhealthy. So the cost of affordable diet right now is not within the reach of common people. What can we do about it? That is just the beginning point. The fiscal policies and all have to listen to all these and have our policies in place which can actually make food affordable. So all these work and the cases that were presented were amazing, but we have to take it forward and don't just leave it at the state level only, but do a lot of cross learning. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suparna. Now I would request both our chairs. I would request both the chairs to kindly felicitate our presenters. for the session. For the first felicitation, let us invite to the front the nutrition specialist UNICEF Delhi, Ms. Pritu Mishra, please. Many, many wishes to you, Ms. Pritu Mishra, and thank you so much for being the presenter for the session. For the next felicitation, I would invite to the front the nutrition officer from UNICEF Uttar Pradesh, Ms. Arpita Pal, please. Warm wishes to you, Ma'am Arpita Pal. Thank you so much for being the presenter for the session. For the next felicitation, let me invite to the front the nutrition specialist from Maharashtra, Ms. Raja Lakshmi Nair, please. A warm welcome to the front again and many, many wishes. Ma'am, please come to the center. And thank you so much for agreeing to be the presenter for the session. For the next felicitation, let me request to come to the front the nutrition specialist from Bihar, Dr. Antaryame Das. Thank you for your beautiful presentation and thank you for agreeing to be the presenter for the session, Dr. Antaryame Das. And finally, for the felicitation, let us welcome Dr. Khyati Tiwari, nutrition specialist, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Many, many wishes to you. And thank you so much for being our presenter for the session. Thank you, Dr. Tiwari, once again. And we would like to thank both the chairs, Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharjee and Dr. Suparna Ghosh once again. Thank you very much. And now we will all break for tea. Exactly 15 minutes. It's 4:50, 5:15 sharp. We start the next session. So I'll see you then. Thank you. Please come back soon. If by mistake I said 5:15, it's 5:05. So 15 minutes tea break, 4:50 to 5 p.m. Please come back soon. Thank you. And thank you, Miss Mari. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 minutes to 5 p.m. Please start coming back inside the hall and we will start with the session.
Sandwich like a tea. But I can take one from you. No, no, only one. My younger brother will have. One more. Oh, yeah, yeah. You can have, like to talk to more.
Everyone, please settle down. We are ready to start. Welcome back after the tea break. And now we are going to get started with the second session of the day, the first day of the workshop. The topic would be nutrition and food security in Odisha, challenges and opportunities. We are very absolutely delighted to have the three wonderful and inspiring chairs for the session. Let me have the privilege of welcoming them to the dais. First, we do have with us Miss Marie Claude Desilets, the Chief of Nutrition, UNICEF India, New Delhi. Can we have a big round of applause for Miss Marie, please? Dr. Marie Claude Desilets, the Chief of Nutrition at UNICEF India, where she leads nationwide strategies to advance maternal and child nutrition. With over 15 years of experience in nutrition and public health, she has served with UNICEF in countries such as Is it Nigeria, ma'am? This Niger, right? Sorry. So Niger, Madagascar, and Burundi, contributing to global efforts to combat malnutrition with a strong focus on maternal and child health, food security, and social and behavior change. Dr. Desolates holds a doctorate in nutrition and dietetics and brings specialized expertise in public health nutrition program management and large-scale nutrition interventions for optimal child growth and development. Her work emphasizes collaboration with governments and international organizations to design and implement sustainable nutrition policies leading to measurable reductions in stunting, wasting, and other forms of malnutrition. In her current role, she oversees UNICEF's strategic support to the Government of India in achieving national nutrition goals. She is a strong advocate for cross-sectoral collaboration, engaging government, civil society, and the private sector to strengthen policy frameworks, improve service delivery, enhance advocacy, and foster sustainable behavior change. Dr. Desolates is widely respected as a global leader in nutrition committed to ensuring lasting improvements in the health and well-being of vulnerable communities. A warm welcome to the second session as the chair, Ms. Marie Claude Desolates. Now, as the second chair for the session, we do have the presence of Professor Akhila Bihari Ota, IAS retired, former Director and Special Secretary, SC/ST RTI and Odisha, State Tribal Museum, Government of Odisha, Senior Advisor, UNICEF. Professor Akhila Bihari Ota, a distinguished anthropologist and administrator who has seamlessly bridged academia and governance. Before joining the Indian Administrative Service, he served as professor of anthropology and went on to hold several key positions, including director and special secretary of the Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Research and Training Institute, that is SCHT-RTI, Odisha, where he also led the State Tribal Museum for over 15 years. He has also headed the Academy of Tribal Language and Culture, that is ATLC, for more than 12 years and contributed significantly to the preservation and promotion of tribal heritage. Professor Ota has authored and edited over 50 books, ladies and gentlemen, including the monumental Encyclopedia of Tribes in Odisha in 5 volumes and 2 volumes on indigenous knowledge systems amongst PVTGs in India. He has served in several prestigious capacities, including as honorary advisor to the National Tribal Research Institute, that is NTRI, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, founder advisor of the Special Development Council Odisha, and vice chancellor of North Odisha University as well. Recognized as a leading tribal domain expert, Professor Ota has worked as a consultant with the UN and World Bank, served on expert committees of Niti Aayog, and even advised the Tribal Museum at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Currently, he is senior advisor to UNICEF Odisha on tribal health, nutrition, and SBCC, and continues to contribute nationally as an expert member on committees of the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India, as well as advisory bodies for upcoming tribal freedom fighter museums in Gujarat and Odisha. He is widely regarded as a visionary leader, prolific scholar, and advocate for tribal communities whose lifelong work has strengthened both academic knowledge and public policy on tribal development. A warm welcome, Professor A.B. Ota, as the chair for second session. And we have another chair. Let me have the privilege of welcoming and introducing him. We do have with us Professor Prasanna Kumar Patra, Professor, Department of Anthropology, Utkal University, Vani Vihar, Bhubaneswar. I'm proud to say I am the alumnus of the same university as well. A warm welcome, sir. It is my privilege to introduce Professor Patra. He has served as head of the Department of Anthropology from 2017 to 2020 as coordinator of the World Bank OHEPEE supported Center of Excellence in Studies on Tribal and Marginalized Communities for the year 2018 till 2014. Professor Patra has held prestigious postdoctoral fellowships at leading institutions, including the University of Sussex, UK, IIAS Leiden, the Netherlands, Kyoto University, Japan, and the Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, New Delhi. He earned his PhD in anthropology from the University of Delhi, and his academic expertise spans medical and biological anthropology, demography, tribal health, and biomedical ethics as well. His research focuses on medical anthropology and tribal health, particularly among the particularly vulnerable tribal groups, that is PVTGs of Odisha. He has also contributed extensively to the social, cultural, and biomedical dimensions of stem cell science and biobanking in India. Professor Patra has authored or edited 7 books, published over 50 peer-reviewed articles and 25 book chapters, is currently leading an ICSSR project on maternal and child health among PVTGs, while also serving as convener of Utkal University's Ethics Committee and coordinator of the Center of Excellence in Northeast India Studies under RUSA, that is RUSA 2.0. A warm welcome as the chair for the session, sir. And to greet and welcome the chairs for the post-tea break session, may I invite to the dais Dr. Jaideep Majumdar, Scientist E and Co-Organizing Secretary, ICMR RMRC Bhubaneswar, Odisha, please. And Dr. Somnath Sen, Scientist C and Co-Organizing Secretary, ICMR RMRC Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Please come. So first of all, I request for the felicitation of Miss Marie Claude Desilets, the first chair, Chief of Nutrition, UNICEF India, New Delhi. A warm welcome and thank you so much for agreeing to be the chair. Here is the planter along with the memento and Uttariya. Thank you. I will request for the felicitation of Professor Akhila Bihari Ota, IAS retired, the former director and special secretary, SCST RTI and Odisha State Tribal Museum, Government of Odisha, senior advisor, UNICEF. A warm welcome, a very good evening, and thank you very much for joining us as our chair. And such wonderful mementos has been prepared by the team. I believe it's from RMRC team. So congratulations on that. And I request for the felicitation of Professor Prasanna Kumar Patra, our chair, Professor, Department of Anthropology, Utkal University, Vani Bihar, Bhubaneswar. A warm welcome, a very good evening, and thank you for being the chair for the session, sir. Thank you. And thank you, gentlemen, for doing the honor of felicitating the chairs, Dr. Jaideep Majumdar and Dr. Somnath Sen. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to hand it over to the chairs for their brief opening remarks. And Miss Marie Claude has a short presentation to go as well. So before she takes over, I'll just take the names of the 2 speakers for the session. Dr. Vinay Kumar Kwiti, the Technical Resource Consultant, ICMR RMRC Bhubaneswar, and Dr. Shubhendu Kumar Acharya, Scientist D, ICMR RMRC. But first, I would like to hand it over to Ms. Marie Claude Desilets, the Chief of Nutrition, UNICEF India, New Delhi, our chair, to get started with her address.
Promise everybody I won't take too long. My colleagues did that before. Okay. Okay, so this morning, curiously, I received a picture with 2 children on it, 2 twins. AI gave me the picture of 3 girls, triplets, supposedly from Odisha tribal area. This is what I asked AI. So is it double and triple burden or double and triple result for Odisha? You will let me know in the coming months. I don't have the... Which one? Okay. I will go through this very quickly. We know that obesity is rising everywhere. Fortunately, South Asia is still okay, but that doesn't mean it will be okay. Why? Because in India, for example, you have the highest burden of children. In the next 5 years, 10 years, the obesity prevalence will rise incrementally. And the picture here will change. South Asia will become in the red part just because of the high number of children in Asia, in South Asia, due to India. And we know that 48% of The children under 5 today lives in low middle income country, most of them in India, and they are already reaching 35% of obesity in the world. So think about the number of children in India that will become obese in the next 5-10 years. The picture will be changing. Now with this, today, 4 million children underweight or overweight, not underweight, overweight in India. It doubled since 2005. 12.5 million adolescent and 66 million adult. We can see Odisha is still okay somewhere around 3.5%. It's very small, but you will get the slides. What are the key drivers for that? We know that healthy food is missing from the adolescent plates, from the adolescent meal. But these are replaced also with the unhealthy food. These are replaced, but they're also accompanied. Oops, I'm changing on my tablet and I'm not changing on the screen, sorry. So we know that healthy food is missing from the plate. Unhealthy food is taking more place, but also outdoor playtime and exercise is decreasing for screen time. So these are patterns that we need to think about. Within 5 years, by 2030, we will go up from 4 million to 27 million. It's practically sevenfold of what we have today. Not twofold, sevenfold. So we need to take action. We saw this afternoon, obesity is linked with the non-communicable disease. I'm not going over the details. What is important here? Government of India is engaged. There is commitment. There is will to do something. However, one of the things that is the most difficult, the will is there, but how to address, we have tips, but how to really do this, evidence on what works is not there yet. So we have an open field, all of us, we saw different state examples. You have an open field in Odisha to try different things. There is no one solution. Many things will work together. So be innovative and try to take actions. We saw this morning also that unhealthy food is winning our adolescent over. It's winning also the parents, it's winning you in the room. They are everywhere. We have ads constantly on our phone and tablets and everything. The big brands, they have big power, they have big money. So they have a strong lobby capacity to block any government will and commitment to do something. So we also need to be conscious of this. We saw also the policies and the regulations are insufficient today to be able to keep the food company to in certain limits. And this is detrimental to the adolescent and their parents. How can we make this a bit more, how can we make healthy choices more accessible to children and their families? We all talked about the support for breastfeeding and home cooked meal starting at 6 months. We need to make food policies much stronger with clear rules for food labeling, yes. The marketing, we talked about the advertisement. The pricing, we talked about the tax. But the production, what are the companies allowed to put in and not put in? This is also part of the country regulation that needs to be strengthened. We need to limit unhealthy food ads and sell near schools and in other events, like sports events and others where this is very tempting for people to consume a little chips and a little Coke or something when you watch the cricket match. But these are consequences, these have consequences on your health. We need to keep the food industry influence out of public health and nutrition decision. This is extremely important, but extremely difficult. Like I said, they also have a lot of money and a lot of influence. However, this is where government need also to rally with civil society. Government habitually don't like all over the world, don't like much civil society meddling in their business. but this is one area where civil society and governments needs to rally together to make it possible. This is a public health issue. This is public health concern. This is a consumer protection. This is for the benefit of everybody. So this is one area that is key also, and where India will need to make progress. Some can be made at the state, some can be made at national level. We need to promote healthy eating through different campaigns and programs. We saw different examples at community level. We need to involve youth also. I think 2 weeks ago, Odisha organized a youth event around healthy diet. This is important. It's a momentum that has been started. Developing the systems to monitor child nutrition and health to better address these issues timely, like obesities. We need to, when we work in the school environment, think about the mental health. Children can be not very nice among each other. The body image issue that can be created with different programs and the mental health issues that can develop. We also need to look at it as a full package to protect better the adolescent and the younger children. And finally, we need to make healthy food more accessible through social protection support, social policy support for family who don't have the financial capacity. My last slide, 10 September at night India time, UNICEF will disseminate its new annual child nutrition report. And this year, this is about child obesity and the food environment. So I encourage you to look for this report and go through it. It's very, very instructive. We have been part of the revision committee. So you can have different tips also about the key drivers, the recommendations for different stakeholders, governments, civil society, and others. And I hope you will enjoy this reading on that September after. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And we will all wait for 10th September for sure. And you have mentioned the Indian time as well. So thank you so much for that. And now I would like to hand it over to the other chairs as well for their brief opening. You could sit and okay.
Thank you, the chairperson, Mary, my friend, Professor Patra, and the two distinguished panelists, Dr. Binay Kumar Kuitri and Dr. Subhendu Acharya. In fact, they will be going to present the findings of two very important studies. One study has been done exclusively on the PVTGs by Professor Patra, which is a World Bank funded study. And the other one is an RMRC study on the tribal communities of Odisha. Okay. I'll say three things, you see, very brief before I request them to make the presentation. I'll be speaking on, I'll give an overview of the state of the nutritional health among the scheduled tribes, challenges and opportunities. Very brief, you see. Friends, as you know, Odisha is the third largest tribal populous state in the country. We have 64 tribal communities and 13 PVTGs. And we account for about 10% of the total tribal population of the country. And if you look at Odisha, every fourth person here is a tribal. So that is the situation. Despite various targeted programs and constitutional protection, if you look at the nutritional health status of tribal communities in the state remains as an area of critical concern. We have done a number of studies. The ICMR has done quite a good number of studies. The Tribal Research Institute in the past has done a good number of studies and have consistently highlighted that scheduled tribes bears a disproportionate burden of undernutrition, anemia, child stunting, and maternal health challenges. These issues are increasing. Rather the gap is widening because of limited access to healthcare, poor dietary diversity, poverty, geographic isolation, and deep-rooted social discrimination. If you look at the NFHS 5, because mostly we depend on the NFHS data to speak, analyze, and interpret. Very less, empirical data on the basis of the micro studies that we have done. Very, very few. If you look at NFHS 5, you find stunting among tribal children under 5 stands at over 45% in Odisha. Among the tribals, if you see wasting remains persistently high at around 20%, which is alarming. And which is most alarming is anemia affects more than 60% of tribal women in the reproductive age of 15 to 49, and over 75% in case of children. This is really critical and alarming. And there are many indicators which have worsened if you compare NFHS 4 and NFHS 5. If you really look at these figures and many more figures, they point towards deep-rooted structural inequalities, poor access to basic services, and food insecurity, all of which disproportionately affect tribal communities. I'll indicate 5 challenges which are very conspicuous challenges which I find amongst the tribals. First is food insecurity and dietary diversity. If you look, friends, you'll find many tribal households depend on seasonal forest produce and subsistence agriculture, which are highly vulnerable to climate variability and deforestation. If you look at the traditional diets, they're often rich in micronutrients, but these are increasingly being replaced by low nutrient market foods. I heard in the earlier session that, availability is a problem and affordability is a problem. Let me tell you, in respect of tribals, the nutritional food is plentifully available, but the habit has changed over a period of time. If a nutritional survey is done in tribal areas, which will be, pushing for, because now the 2047 Bikasit Bharat vision document has been done. We have set the targets, but only setting the target is not going to end up and address the issues. We must try to now understand what the problem lies at the ground level, and would like to identify and study what are the various kinds of crops grown, the agricultural produces, the minor forest produce that the tribals in different areas get, and how nutritious that is, and how it can be packaged so that, when I say packaged in mid-day meal, packaged in PDS, packaged in ICDS, targeting the ICDS beneficiaries. I'm pretty sure nutrition issue can be definitely addressed, but it is not a very low-hanging fruit. It will be a time-consuming, intervention, which will definitely take a good number of years. But I think we don't have much problem in hand. The problem is we have to really go in for identification, and we have to follow social and behavior change communication as a continuous strategy for a longer time if we really want to address it. The second is health system gaps. You find, I'm talking only about Odisha, the tribal dominated districts face acute shortages of health and nutrition personnel, erratic service delivery and poor monitoring mechanisms, access to ICDS, PDS, and maternal child health services is limited by distance, infrastructure, and cultural disconnects. The third important challenge I see is cultural and social determinants. Friends, deep-rooted traditional beliefs, food taboos during pregnancy and lactation, and limited health-seeking behavior impact nutrition outcomes. And many of my friends told language barriers and distrust of external institutions further widen the gap in service uptake. The fourth challenge I see is poverty and livelihood vulnerabilities. High levels of poverty among STs limit purchasing power and reduce resilience against food price fluctuations, illness, and crop loss, intensifying the risk of chronic malnutrition. The fifth challenge is gender inequalities. If you really look at the opportunities and way forward, I have just jotted down 5 points. Despite the challenges, Odisha also presents strong opportunities for scalable and sustainable action. First, I see is revival and promotion of traditional food systems. We have been pushing it at the government level. I hope we'll be successful in doing that. Well, tribal communities have a wealth of knowledge about local nutrient-rich foods like millets, tubers, green leafy vegetables, and wild fruits. Integrating these into public food programs like PDS, ICDS, and MDM can enhance nutrition security and protect biodiversity. The second opportunity and way forward, I think, is community-led models. Empowering self-help groups, especially women-led ones, in kitchen gardening, nutrition counseling, and last-mile delivery of services has shown promise in tribal belts. Scaling such models can improve both nutrition and livelihood. The third, opportunity and way forward I see is strengthening convergence. Friends, you may make policies, you may make plans, programs, strategies, but without convergence, we are not going to get the end result. Greater coordination among the line departments, particularly health, women and child development, agriculture, and tribal affairs. These are the 4 ministries, 4 departments where coordination is extremely essential to deliver holistic and integrated nutrition interventions at the grassroots. The fourth, opportunity and way forward is cultural sensitive IEC and behavior change communication. Friends, using tribal languages and locally relevant visual tools can help in demystifying health and nutrition services, encouraging early adoption of positive behaviors. And research is very much necessary. We don't have disaggregated data. Investing in tribal specific data, especially at the district and block level, will allow for more targeted programming and evaluation. I was really very happy to see the presentation of Bihar UNICEF, nutrition UNICEF head. I am really pleased that the way the data has been captured and disaggregation has been done. I believe all the states should follow that model, and will certainly have a look at that model. Friends, addressing malnutrition among scheduled tribes requires more than nutritional supplementation. It demands a systemic, culturally sensitive, and community-empowered approach. Odisha has both the challenge and the opportunity to lead as a model for inclusive nutrition governance. Friends, today we have 2 very important presentations. This session is a difference. In fact, all the presentations that were made in the earlier session was by the nutrition head of the concerned states, how the state is doing and what the data speaks that they have given. But in this session, there will be 2 very important presentations, one on the particularly vulnerable tribal groups and the other on the scheduled tribes, including the PVTGs. And the profiling will definitely throw more light as to what is happening with the data And once data speaks, interventions can definitely come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor A.B. Otta, sir, for the opening remarks. Sir, any opening remarks, Professor Prasanna Kumar Patra, if you have, please.
Very good afternoon. Respected Professor Utta, the chairperson, co-chair, Miss Mary, Professor Kausik Bose, and other dignitaries on the other side of the dais, and dear participants. I think Professor Utta has almost covered everything. He has not left anything for me to say. But in the context of these two presentations to come, I would just make 2-3 quick observations and comments. One, what Professor Utta has said, the lack of disaggregated data. I think whatever data has been used in the first session, as well as in a lot of publications that we find, are mainly from big data sources like NFHS, Niti Aayog, and others. But these two presentations that we will hear are from primary data, and they're very small scale anthropological studies. So that demands understanding of special context, the social ecology and the context where these communities live and what are the nutritional challenges. So that needs to be kept in mind when we go through this presentation. Number two, then again, the anthropological way of looking at things from holistic perspective, because that is very, very important. Because in the previous session, a lot of emphasis was given on like not to understand nutrition in isolation, to understand in the social context and the social environment. Because while understanding marginalized communities, tribal communities, particularly vulnerable groups or marginalized groups as such, context is very, very important. And that is why, please pay a lot of attention to that. Because let me give you just small example. For example, particularly vulnerable tribal groups, there are 75 in India, there are 13, the largest number in Odisha. So how they are given this status? There are a number of indicators. One is their dependency on forest. That's not a criteria, but that is how the livelihood and the life of those communities are set up. So what we see as we move on in socio-economic indicators, these communities' access to and reliance on forest decreases. When the reliance on forest decreases, what happens? The state intervenes. For example, the state is providing PDS. Through PDS, what the state is providing? What kind of impact that substitute food is having? For example, for a tribe, if they are stopping taking of millet and coming to rice being provided by the state, what kind of rice, what quality of rice, what is the nutritional value of those rice, what impact it has on children, women, and adults. So these kind of studies is more required because large scale studies cannot reflect those realities. I think that is why the development measures and the state intervention needs to be critically evaluated in the context of those cultural patterns. And second, this impact of globalization and all kinds of social change that takes place, because that forces many tribal communities to migrate from their ecological niche where they are settled. And then some from maybe deeper forest, inaccessible areas, come to urban centers closer to that. So their access to processed food, their mode of occupation, their livelihood drastically changes. What we have studied in the case of PVTGs, only in 2 or less than 2, or maybe in last 1 generation, there is a drastic shift in, there is a nutrition transition, there is a socioeconomic transition, there is a population transition. So all these transitions are bringing a very different dynamics that needs to be understood in the context of nutrition as well. And the last one would be the impact of climate change. Professor Ota has already highlighted. What we find in the context of PVTG is the climate change is very difficult to capture in a small scale micro study. But what we see, for example, if you ask, you do intergenerational comparison. If you ask an old lady, what kind of green vegetables or kinds of mushroom that used to get in different seasons, they would list, suppose, 30 or 50 odd kinds of green vegetables. If you ask a young lady, a middle-aged lady, and you just map them, then you see there's a 20-30% reduction in number of green vegetables they to consume and the mushroom types they consume. So that becomes an indicator to see how there is a transition in nutritional intake and the food availability and other thing that is happening in PVTGs. So as Professor Ota said, I think there is a lot of food available, nutritious food available, seasonally available, but still there is a depletion, but still available. But since, and what we always think that we are changing, but tribals are static. No, as we are changing, they are also changing. Even I would say that the pace of change is faster among them. So we would say that your tribal, you take millet, but we would take white rice, but white rice is tastier than millet. So the young tribals, they also like to take rice. So what kind, all these behavioral change and the availability of food because of climate change and its and other like ideation, like globalization, industrialization, other things, what kind of change is bringing. So I think in the context of tribes, specifically in the context of PVTG, all these factors needs to be factored while understanding nutritional challenges. So this is what I would say, and I would hope these two presentations should be understood in this holistic manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our chair, Professor Prasanna Kumar Patra, for setting the context so beautifully. Now, let us get started with the presentations. First, there is a change in the order. First, Dr. Shubhendu Kumar Acharya is going to speak. I have already presented his brief, so we will use that time to learn more from his experience. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the scientist D, ICMR, RMRC, Dr. Shubhendu Kumar Acharya. Please welcome him to the dais.
Respected dignitaries in the dais, participants, dignitaries in the audience, and friends. So this particular study, as we inaugurated today in the morning, the brief report, I will just go through the study and within that I will definitely tell to the particularly towards the participant what we have done and how we can also take this as a learning. I will be very brief in this. I mean, the slide is long, but I'll make it very short. So usually you people understand what is adolescence. I'm not going to get into this. These are largely we say in different languages, different words used for explaining this adolescence. And if you look into the population of adolescents, largely in India, it is defined in the 10 to 19 years age group. And why we understand adolescence is a typical age group in the human development cycle where people transition from the childhood to adulthood. There are several changes in the person's life from social, psychological, biological, so many things. So, but if you look into the changing scenario, there are several countries in Western setting where this adolescence is, the characteristics of the adolescence are getting extended. Means the person is being mature with ages, but the characteristics of the individual is not shifting in that way. That is being called as extended adolescence, which is extending till 24, like that, 23. So that's a different thing. So usually we tell adolescence as early, middle, and late adolescence. So it is divided between 10 to 19 years. So these are the various states that changes in adolescence. Physical, as I told, physical, cognitive, emotional, socio-psychological, These are the various things. So if you look into the Indian scenario of adolescents population in as per the last, I am going with the last census. It has changed. We have already more than 15 years from last census, but we have the last population availability. If you go with that, it is around to it is around 256 million as per 2011 census. So briefly to tell, if you understand why this population is important to study from the research point of view, for the population, what you call this public health point of view, because more than 60% of the disease or premature deaths happen due to the whole behavior we do during this adolescence characteristics, adolescent time of period. So we have to preserve, we have to protect, we have to take care of this age group. That is why this whole thing. And if you look into that Lancet report that has come here, this is the second aspect that I am going to explain. That is the, as I have told in the morning also, that more than 60% of the diseases can be prevented only by behavioral intervention. So in this study, I have three things. One is we have done one review where we have, I will just briefly go through the review. It is a status of undernutrition in India. If you look in the whole scenario, we did a review for last around 22 years, all publications around undernutrition in India. And we found a very typical scenario. When we analyzed from 2005 to 2015 in comparison to 2016 to 21, we found there is an increase in stunting in last around, means it is previous 10 years in comparison to the recent is increasing with stunting, and we have some control with underweight, particularly in this adolescent population. When we this right side is all about I think underweight, and this left side first part is all about stunting. So we if you look in the scenario, we have not got much success in addressing undernutrition in India. And recently, this discussion was in Department of Biotechnology. They wanted to look into, they wanted new brainstorming proposals that to explore why, in spite of everything, the undernutrition is not coming down. That's still a problem to even the system. So when we got into the gender-wise subgroup analysis, we found that obviously females are highly vulnerable, and more stunting is there with the females. But when we talk about undernutrition, underweight, the males are more. So we went with the age group, and we found that early age are little better than the late age group. So maybe the intervention are might be working in the early group. That has to be explored. It's a cross-sectional study, so I am not going to give you any impression that why it is happening. I will only tell what is there. So when we went with the various parts of the country, we found that largely various settings, we found that, as we understand, tribal population is the most vulnerable in the whole thing. And when we went with the area-wise analysis, we got that, interestingly, the West is the highest, with the highest burden of stunting, along with the Central India, which mostly Central India is the tribal dominated, more affected, and West is also in same way with respect to the prevalence. So these are the same, nearly similar findings. So when we went with all these findings and we analyzed what are the major factors that has been discussed in last around 40 studies we took in this analysis, and we found that stunting has, these are the various factors that are affected, like late adolescents are more affected, females are more affected, low income, paternal occupation with daily wage laborers, working mother, low maternal education, low paternal education, working mothers, nuclear family, father's occupation, and disadvantaged caste. So these are the more issues which are the more risk for the stunting. And for underweight, almost nearly same thing. But interestingly, what are the good thing? We found that joint family is a good positive factor. Government schooling, by government people who are going to school, they have a lower chances of undernutrition. And similarly, having more than two siblings, that is also some studies have shown that that's a better scenario for the family. So these are the things. So now coming to our study that we recently concluded. So before going to this, I will just tell you one thing. So please, when you, most of the, we have a majority section of the, our participant are largely scholars, students and PhD scholars. So when you are going for your next study, next analysis, please do a review. My intention of this presentation is always go with the review. What is the evidence available in your area, in your topic there in last 20 years, 30 years, or whatever available. That will be very important for you, and that learning will direct you to how to form your hypothesis. If whatever you are thinking is there already, evidence is enough, or even evidence is enough, how the evidence are there, and how I will go in the next session, with respect to my objective. So learning, review, and doing review, these are very important in research. You can do systematic review, the scoping review, umbrella review, meta-analysis, meta-ethnography, that's various type. You people can go for a next training in review. You go somewhere, apply that. But now I am telling, this is one of the important aspect everyone must know. This forest plot gives, you see, all 40 studies I can tell in 5 minutes. The evidence status in it. We did 4 months effort in this paper, but this study in a 5 minute I tell the what is the scenario of undernutrition in India. So this is very important for evidence analysis. Coming to our study, so we did this study, means when we took this study, we did that analysis at that point of time. So when we did this study is in Odisha. We did it in 2024 around June. We completed this study a year before. So in this study, it is a morely tribal adolescents, and 19 studies were 19 tribes were involved, and within that 8 were PBTGs. And it was done in 6 districts, almost equally male and female population, and age group is 10 to 19, all equally each age group. So various health risk behaviors we have studied, like tobacco, alcohol, undernutrition behaviors leading to undernutrition, mental health, unhealthy lifestyle. I'm not going to everything. I'm only focusing on the nutrition. So if you look into the socio-demographic status of these families and adolescents, what we find is largely, if you see the school going status of in the scenario has improved quite good in the recent time. And when we look into the parents literacy, there is a huge concern with respect to parent literacy, but we found a very interesting status that when parent literacy increases, nutritional status is quite different. Okay, and similarly, economic status is also quite vulnerable with that, with this particular population. And when we looked into school dropout rate, if you see, it's really concerning with respect to school dropout, and particularly the PBTGs. There's a huge school dropout in the PBTG population. So why I am telling all these stories? These stories are very, very important when you are going to study a nutritional aspect. As all our panels and previously we have discussed in the previous session, nutrition cannot be studied in silo, in a only nutrition. We have to definitely look into what are the social, cultural, behavioral, ecological, climate. All these things has to be taken all together, so then we can come up with a complete picture with that. So next is, we got a very high alcohol consumption in the tribal population. So you know that nutrition is not only what we eat only, drinking, whatever we drink in the sense of, I am telling, alcoholism, that is also a part of your food practices. So when we found, you see, that is around 53%, 54% of the tribal adolescents are, means a very high prevalence of alcoholism. And similarly, tobacco is quite high. It is around 61% of the males, and overall it is 40. So this is a very, very important concern. And when we look into the reason why people started, there are very simple reasons. Friends offered for the fun and all these things. And when we wanted to know that why did you, means some have left it, or they quitted, then they again started. Then the answer was it was difficult to quit, and sometimes the female said that it is a peer pressure. So why I put these 2 slides here, you see, when we asked one adolescent that why don't you leave it, that child says, can it be left? Can I leave this behavior? ये हो सकता है क्या? छोड़ सकता हूँ tobacco? So इस प्रकार, when things come, this level of knowledge gap is there, that that I can leave tobacco. I can give up tobacco. And you will not believe it. This particular answer was more than around 11-12% children. They told that they do not know that the habit can be given up. So there is a huge scope of intervention. That is why I am telling whoever is talking about nutrition, they can also very much concentrate on tobacco and alcohol, and there we can also make changes in the overall nutrition status of the child, because many people in tribal people who are continuously taking tobacco, and that is affecting their nutritional habit, nutritional cycle of the day. So this is the undernutrition status in our studied population, very high. Around 55% children are undernourished. Stunting is also 44%. Thinness is also quite high. So pattern of stunting is also very high, which is quite high among the these people in the particularly PBTGs. Same with the thinness and anemia. If you see, anemia is very high in tribes like Dhurba, Mankdiya, Gond, and Hilkhadia, and all these tribes. If you like, it is in a really very high scenario with respect to this undernutrition. And the status of undernutrition tribal population, when we go by age group, it is quite high in the particularly, I think, females. And we also looked into nutrition is not undernutrition, or whenever we say anemia and all these things, they do not happen simply due to the lack of food. There are a huge burden of infection we found. You will not believe the CRP level, C-reactive protein, which is one of the indicator for inflammation or subclinical infections like thing. So we found around when we took a cutoff of 3 and above, we found more than 20% of the children are having CRP level high. And when we put it 2, which is quite usual cutoff taken, it goes to up to 60% nearby. So the children are throughout the year having a subclinical status of some sort of inflammation or infection. So that also larger scenario affects the nutritional status or undernutrition population. Junk food is also quite high in the population. And another thing we found is the blood pressure, very huge concern, and all these high BP in the adolescent is totally undetected. So that is also somewhere we have to find out that why undernourished people are also there, quite a huge burden of undernutrition, and still there is a metabolic risk with respect to hypertension. And if you look into that hypertension burden, it is mostly Lodha, Hilkhadia, Paudi Bhuiya. These are all PBTGs. Okay. So similarly, when we talk about various other biochemical parameters, there are also we found very high prevalence in the thing. Teenage marriage, we are talking about teenage marriage is a major concern with the undernutrition of the young girls and women, and it is also quite high in the selected tribal populations. Mostly it is the children are marrying in the very early age. It is, we got it is around 15.9, around 16 per age. These are all teen mothers. So modern lifestyle, it's a very interesting pattern. As Patra sir was telling, that the way we think tribal people are still they are very happy they're living in jungles, forests, they're very happy. They do not have mental health. They are living a very original food and this thing. But if you look into the population, you visit field, I understand knowledge comes in largely 2 ways. One, you have to go to field. Second, you have to read. These are the 2 ways you get knowledge. There is no third way, as I understand. You have to go to field, meet people, interact with them. The field can be the people who are in the community, or field can also the experts that as we are here. So either this way, or you have to read a lot regarding whatever the published documents. So when we went to the field, we found there is a really huge change of lifestyle. You see, this is the modern adolescents in the tribal population. They have all colorful life. Okay, we have only taken, I have presented a few, very few, there is a lot of more also. So the way we think, can you see someone in, very few people you can see so happy, so colorful in their life, even in Bhubaneswar or in any city. So these are the things that we have to think, we have to think out of box. We should not go with that same घसा पीटा, वो नहीं है. We हमको थोड़ा जो बाहर निकल के सोचना पड़ेगा. And these are the people, they are quite stylish and tattoo and all these things. Okay. So coming to my last slide. So these are the few things I would always prefer to tell how we can improve upon and our understanding about undernutrition. Largely taking longitudinal, we found a very less longitudinal studies in adolescent population, particularly smaller groups. Similarly, qualitative studies are very less. If you people are doing any studies in your, you are designing for your study, take qualitative part in your study also. And similarly, we have to look into social institutions, marriage, family, kinship, all these things. These are not discarded thing. If you come to the Bhubaneswar, there is a different kinship happening, means any city. We are not blood related, but we are kins. We help each other. We stand in every problem of each other. That is a emerging kinship in urban system. Similarly, marriage is now no caste. Okay. Similarly, family. We have several types of family has evolved nowadays. So these things are a lot of effort on the nutritional status of the individuals. We have to look into that. Similarly, we have to look into the lifestyle changes, digital media. You will not believe 80% of the children in tribal population are using mobile. And the average hour of mobile is around 3 hours we found. So can you imagine this? How much data they are consuming and what is the thing they are consuming? We do not know. We never tried to look into, we only wanted to know that how much time they're consuming. So these are various aspects. Similarly, the SIP research in various other aspects, assessment of the effect of government policy, and as Ota sir was telling, we have to look into how things are, why things are, system problem is there. And lastly, we have to talk about the action research. We have done a lot of descriptive study. Now we have to shift to action research. Why things are not happening? Why the undernutrition is not going down? We have to look into in a micro level and we have to find out what are the solutions. I think that is what this was the team that was involved in this whole study. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Acharya, for a very beautiful presentation, and we all got hooked to that picture of hairstyle that you put. Like anybody who was not attentive became attentive after that, I believe. So thank you very much, sir, for sharing your field experiences. Very impactful, very helpful. Now we are going to go for the next presenter, and he would be, before I welcome him to the dais, I would like to present a brief about him. He would be Dr. Binay Kumar Kuiti, Technical Resource Consultant, ICMR RMRC Bhubaneswar. Dr. Binay Kumar Kuiti, an anthropologist specializing in biological and nutritional anthropology, tribal health, and socio-cultural studies. He received his PhD in anthropology from Vidyasagar University in 2019, where his research focused on diet, nutritional status, and morbidity patterns among coastal fishermen of West Bengal. He also holds an MPhil in anthropology from Utkal University, where he studied infant and child mortality among the Bhuyan tribe. Dr. Kuiti has over 15 years of research and project coordination experience working with institutions such as the Anthropological Survey of India, Cultural Research Institute, National Institute of Nutrition, Utkal University, and Odisha Biodiversity Board. His work has addressed a wide range of issues, including nutritional assessment of tribal populations, food practices, traditional healthcare, morbidity patterns, socioeconomic conditions, and documentation of particularly vulnerable tribal groups. He has published more than 20 peer-reviewed research papers and several book chapters, with notable contributions on undernutrition, obesity, anthropometric indices, food security, and traditional food practices among tribal and rural communities. From the year 2020 to 2024, he served as a postdoctoral fellow at the Center of Excellence in Studies on Tribal and Marginalized Communities at Utkal University, and most recently, he coordinated an agro-biodiversity research project funded by Odisha Biodiversity Board in Malkangiri district as well. Dr. Kuiti continues to contribute actively to the field of tribal health, nutrition, and public policy research, combining rigorous scholarship with impactful field engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next presenter, Dr. Binay Kumar Kuiti. Welcome on the dais. And again, I would request you to kindly jot down the questions or suggestions if you have for the first presenter and the second presenter combinedly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, respected chairperson, Miss Mary, and Professor Ota sir, and Professor Patra sir, and also my Professor Kaushik Bose, and Mr. Bhattacharya, and my senior Dr. Acharya sir. Thank you. Today I just short time. I just like to this is my topic, prevalence of malnutrition and non-communicable risk among the Odisha particularly vulnerable tribal group. Everybody know that particularly vulnerable tribal group. So particularly vulnerable tribal group is also a tribal group, but just sharing a common cultural pattern and depend on the most sustainable economical, subsistence economy and sharing common cultural pattern. And next, next please. Okay. This. Oh. This is a particular variable of Odisha, embodied the profound nutritional epidemiological disparities and shaped nutritional disparities and the shape of the biological isolation and subsistence economic and fragile of the health infrastructure. Chronic undernutrition and manifest of the stunting, wasting, and underweight among the preschoolers and pressing into the thinness among the school-going children and adolescent, impacting of the integrational fertility. Adults controversially exhibit as a dual burden, chronic energy deficiency, coexistence of the emergent and overweight and central obesity, diabetes, hypertension, anemia, and to satisfy the nutritional transitions amidst of the provide such of the pathological and documentation understand access. The research of the contextual or the vulnerable tribal group and tribal health policy. This is my objective to determine the nutritional status of preschool and school going of the PVTG children of Odisha through the indicators of the such as the stunting, wasting, underweight, and thinness, and to estimate the prevalence of the CAD, chronic energy deficiency, or the central obesity, anemia, diabetes, and hypertension among the adult. Here's my methodology. Total 2,400 households are collected from by COE, Center of Excellency. It is a part of the Utkal University, and this project are funded by World Bank and collected of 2,400, and individuals are 9,222 individuals. There are the total population of the preschool, school going, and adults. This is the methodology where I just where our team just collected the data by Anthropometry tools and any other the socioeconomic cultural questionnaire tools. Okay. First, I am just showing that's my result. The nutritional status among the tribal preschool children. This is on the basis of stunting. Stunting affiliates 39.24% of the PVTG male children, reflecting of the inter-ethnic nutritional inequalities and almighty the elevated rates of the Makriya and Kutia Kondo expose the chronic deprivation, and whereas the comparatively lower and prevalence of the Langia Sora, Bonda suggests the resilience. And the stunting affiliates 39.15% of the PVTG female children, and mirroring of the male prevalence yet revealing of the staff and the tribal disparities of the almighty high among the Langia Sora and Makriya, but of the minimal of the Hilkaria and outplay of the reflected enter of the deprivation and resiliency. Next is the nutritional status of the tribal preschool children of the underweight, basis of underweight. The highest, the total prevalence of underweight is found in 10 PVTG, 45.99%, and the highest underweight is found Hill Kharia tribe, 73.6% boys are preschool boys are underweight, and preschool girls 68.42% Pauri Huia tribe are underweight. Then was the wasting. The prevalence rate, total prevalence rate of the 35.02 for male and 20.47 is the female. And the overall highest prevalence rate of the wasted is the 57.89 of the Hilkaria tribe. And then female is found Pauri Huia 42.11. And then thinness of the tribal preschool children, the highest is 30.8%, overall male is 30.8, and 23.26 are female. And overall highest thinness found in 52.63 Hilkaria tribe. And here also female, affected female person are belongs to the Lodha tribe. Nutrition status of the stunting or the school going children who are belongs to the 6 to 10 years. And the overall 35.11 male children are stunted, and their 38.56 are the stunted female. Nutrition status among the school wise of thinness of the total 74.19 was the Lodha, and Dirai was the 50.00%. And then adult chronic energy deficiency. The chronic energy deficiency, highest male person of 31.0, overall 31.94% male are CED, and the 46.82% are female are CED, affected by CED. The highest of the 63.87 Lodha tribe and 82.35 of the Lodha female are more vulnerable for CED. And then the central obesity, which is a depend on the only waist circumference, photomass of the waist circumference. And the overall 3.03% is a central obesity of overall the adult population, male adult population, and female is the 1.60% only. And a random blood glucose, the adult person, total adult male person are affected, 9.36% are pre-diabetic, and then 1.13 is the diabetic. And the female, the 9.40% pre-diabetic and 1.01 is the diabetic. Then hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is the first of the anemia, prevalence of the anemia disease. 36.95 male are the anemic, and 53.37% are anemic female. Then you have the discussion, the anthropometric or the evaluates and the delineate of the entrance and the nutrition inequalities and among the Odisha PVTG preschool are manifest and catastrophe of the stunting and wasting and underweight, thinness and the tribal preschool children. The findings of the elucidated and previous of the malnutrition among the Odisha PVTG school going children manifest as the staggering and the stunting, underweight and thinness with pronounced inter-tribal and generated asymmetries. Then on the discussion 3, the prevalence of the chronic energy deficiency Odisha PVTG adults underscore the entrance and undernutrition with disproportionately higher vulnerability among the women. Catastrophic rates of the Lodha and Hilkaria reflect the structural deprivation, while immigrant at the overweight is the Dongria Kondo and Langia Sora signals is the dual burden of the malnutrition. These paradoxical trends of the necessity urgent and culturally constant consonant and their gender of the sensitive strategy and integrated of the food security, dietary adequacy and mental health and anxiety prevention and the disseminated integration nutritional inequities, foster of the resilient and sustainable health and trajectory marginalized of the population. Then discussion 3 of the diabetes of the prevalence of the Odisha PVTG adults remains of the minimum and significant pre-diabetes exposed are the insipid metabolic risk by the nutritional transition and protected of the traditional diets of the contents and emerging of the vulnerable Lodha and Makriya. Urgent cultural responsibility, interventions and the screening of the prevention care and dietary education essential of the postal and incident diabetes burden of the safeguard of the tribal health resilience. And discussion number 4 and the hypertension of the prevalence of the Odisha PVTG reveals the emerging of the cardiovascular vulnerability and the notably the higher risk of the Hilkaria, Lanjasora, Lodha and Pauri Bhuya, contrast of the resilience of the Juang and Kutia Kondo. They are the disparities of the underscore of the nutritional transition and lifestyle shifts and necessitating of the urgent and the culturally constant and gender of the sensitivity intervention and postal escalating of the non-communicable disease are the burden. And the discussion 5 is the depend on the anemia. And anemia among the Odisha PVTG rebels or the entrance or the nutritional deprivation, disproportionate burdening women with the catastrophe of the prevalence of the Makriya, Lanjasora and Bonda. While the Dongria Kondo display of the resolution of pervasive of the inter-tribal disparities of the demand urgent and tribal specific intervention, iron supplementation, mental health and strengthening of the cultural consent and the nutritional education and disseminate of the deficiency safeguard and international health. Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Binay Kumar Kwiti for the presentation. Now we are open for all questions from the participants. So anything you have for the two presenters or for the chairs, we welcome it. And please raise your hand so that we can bring a mic to you. Right. Okay. So we will go for the closing remarks by the chairs, please. So please take the call, Madam and Sirs. Professor Ota? Okay. Miss Mary, please.
Good. Okay. Yes. Very fastly, closing remarks. Before I give the floor to the other panel member. Food choices, at the end of the day, it's linked with very individual and very intimate preferences, and no one has the same like for food than we have, even our closest person. However, we are responsible to
nutritious, resource-rich areas. Probably we have not studied them properly. We have not tried to understand, we have not done, scientific validation. as to what are the producers, what are the collection of minor forest producers, how nutrition, what extent of nutrition can be attributed to those. Because we find that, in tribal areas, people are more healthier than us, bearing few vulnerable diseases. The reason is, if you look at the past, it was happening. But right now, if you find, this nutritional level to have really dropped and dropped substantially, probably it is because of the food habit which has changed, over a period of time. And they are not depending on that kind of a food which was original, which was available in the area with more, with more, nutritional intake. That is the reason, RMRC has been given a study by government of Odisha. You know why? They have been given a study to do a state level nutritional survey. Today morning, the development commissioner said that, vision 2047 Bikasit Odisha has been done, and these are the targets that has been set. Probably, the targets has been set, but strategies will have to wait till such time we understand what the survey report says, on the basis of which we will develop the strategy how to meet the targets. Coming to the other, presentation which was made by Professor Acharya, basically this study is concentrated on the adolescent, population. So whatever you see, I found, I have a suspicion that teenage pregnancy, teenage marriage are a couple of things which needs to be addressed apart from the birth spacing between two child. My dissertation in 1980-81 was on infant and child mortality. And I knew that time when I had studied the interbirth interval, I mean the spacing between the two child is extremely important. This is from the study that I am referring to. But I'll tell three things very categorically. When this study is being undertaken by Professor Acharya on the nutritional survey, we must try to identify three things. And that is relevant for all the studies that can be taken anywhere. We must, realizing that the nutritional level is very poor, particularly among the tribal communities, I'm saying, one must try to identify what are those reasons or what are those barriers resulting in poor nutritional standard. On the basis of identification of those barriers, what kind of bridges can be built so that the barriers can be addressed? And thirdly, we have to identify how collaborations can be forged to achieve better results and to address the issue of malnutrition in a very, very systematic manner. For all the states, notwithstanding Odisha, all the states in the country, since we are going in for Vision Document 2047, nutrition being an important area of concern, all the states should conduct a nutritional survey, not only basing on this, NFHS data, NSSO data and all that, going to the ground level, conduct study and identify the, drivers for poor nutritional level and probably come up with a kind of strategy to back up and to make possible the targets, the tall targets that is being set by states into reality. Thank you.
I really do not have much to say, but two very quick comments. I must congratulate both the presenters. I think two things for the participants, young participants. I think both the presentations, I think, raised a lot of questions. They answered very few, but raised a lot of questions. So I think they provide a lot of clues to move forward to design your research studies if you are interested in nutritional research. This is number one. And number two would be the tagline, you have understanding from community to policy level. I think both the studies apply anthropological research methods, which are little long-term, qualitative based. It takes time. And people at the policy really look for very quick study results so that they can design interventions. So how to bridge these two, I think this is a big challenge. Because to have a better understanding, have a holistic understanding requires time. And policy cannot wait for such a long time because Viksit Bharat or Viksit Odisha has to be achieved as quick as possible. So how to do that? Young people, maybe it will be food for thought for them. Thank you.
I will, one thing I would like to tell you, taking cue from Professor Patra. Government is always keen to see things happening, miracles to happen overnight. So to achieve in a way that we have to identify low-hanging fruits and fruits which will take longer time, so that the low-hanging fruits has to be very carefully flagged, which can be attained in 6 months' time, 3 months' time, maybe a 1 year time. And there are few things which will take maybe 10 years, maybe 15 years. So it has to be very carefully, captured. And, in the looking at the vision, we have to really strategize things, keeping low hanging and long ranging kind of, targets that has been fixed in the vision document.
Thank you so much, chairs. Time for the felicitation of our presenters. I would request our honorable chairs to kindly do the honors. First, for the felicitation, may I invite Scientist D, ICMR, RMRC, Dr. Shubhendu Kumar Acharya to the front, please. I would also invite Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharya ji to kindly join for the felicitation, please. Yes, I would request Mr. Bhattacharya ji to join. No. All right, finally a light moment towards the end of it. Congratulations and thank you so much actually Dr. Shubhendu Kumar Acharya for being the amazing presenter. And for the next felicitation, I would invite Dr. Binay Kumar Kuiti, the Technical Resource Consultant, ICMR RMRC Bhubaneswar. Thank you so much for such a detailed presentation, for the lovely research and experience sharing. Thank you so much, Dr. Binay Kumar Kuiti. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairs, for doing the honor. And thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya, for joining us as well. Please take your seats, dignitaries. Yes. And now we have come to the end of the first day, the inaugural day. We have had a lovely inaugural ceremony and then we have had 2 technical sessions. I hope we have learned a lot. We have a lot of takeaways from the day. It's a 5-day workshop. So whoever is also joined with us online, we are very happy that you are watching us now, and it is always going to be recorded on YouTube. It is going to be available. So you can always, you are saying no to something? Okay, so he's just stretching his head. So it is always going to be be there on YouTube, so we can always access it and share it with our friends, so they can also have this information and they can know what all happened here. And now let me tell you that over the next 4 days, we have amazing sessions regarding nutrition and human growth, indigenous food, food security, different field work. There is a very important session on day 5, that's by UNICEF, advocacy for strengthening food and nutrition security. So there are very important sessions for in the course of the next coming 4-5 days. So please come join in time and attend, and please participate wholeheartedly. तो सिर्फ बैठे नहीं, थोड़ा थोड़ा कुछ पूछे, कुछ कुछ लिख ले, कुछ कुछ बोलने। एबे ओडिया रे टिके कहि दोछि दिन जाको इंग्लिश कहि कि मोर भी पार्टी काटलानी। तो समस्ते आसंतु टाइम रे समस्ते, प्लीज डोंट माइंड मी लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन फॉर स्पीकिंग अ बिट इन ओडिया। सो समस्ते आसंतु टाइम रे, ऑल पार्टिसिपेंट सब प्रतिनिधि माने डेलीगेट्स माने आसंतु, अंशग्रहण करंतु, किछि कुहंतु, किछि लेखंतु, सुंदर भावर आदान प्रदान निश्चय करंतु। Now for the final awards for the day, I would invite scientist D, Dr. Shubhendu Kumar Acharya, please.
Yeah, this is about the sessions. It is very specific. So today it was we have a little extended sessions. So it will not go next 4 days. It will be very on time. So we have planned it, I think, around 9:30. And in the first session, it will be completed at 1 o'clock. And again, we shall start at 2 o'clock. And it will be completed at 5 in the evening. Okay. So you people, please be on time. And please be attentive in the sessions. And I would always request, please participate in the discussions, listen to the presentations, and ask questions. That's the bigger problem in the whole Indian system. We fear to question. Even we have so many questions. Even we do not understand anything. Still we do not ask questions. So please keep on asking questions. No one is going to kill you. You are not in means you are in a very safe place. Okay, it's a very enjoyable city, also very good city. You people can have a means recently national survey का result आया है, मुंबई के बाद भुवनेश्वर सबसे safe city है. So you people please feel it, at least means lighter sense I am telling, don't take it in otherwise. So please participate in the wholeheartedly in the discussion. Then it will be a really healthy one, and it will be also learning experience for all of you. So we shall join tomorrow at 9:30. Vehicle will reach in your guest house who are staying in your place. Complete your breakfast by 9:30. Before 9:30, by 9:25, you be ready. Vehicle will take you and drop it here by 9:30. Class will start at 9:30. So please be very dot on the time. I request you. This is very important. And we will be free by means on time also. So why I am not picking that point, I have my reasons. Because I have no space for that in next 5 days. So you people only can take the evening. Okay. So we will complete it 5 maximum 5:15. After that, another 1.5 half hours available. You can means daytime. Evening is also you can roam around up to 9:30, but you have to reach your guest house by 8:30, not beyond that. That is the rule of the guest house in ILS. So आप लोगों को सही टाइम पे पहुंचना है, जो घूमना है आसपास में घूमो, फिर अपने जगह में चले जाओ. ठीक है? Launch validatory last day. It will be 11 o'clock, sir. Yeah, on the validation day, you people can move around. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Acharya, for the final words, and big thanks to all the dignitaries and delegates once again for making the first day, inaugural day, beautiful and successful. Thank you, team event EVW, for your heartfelt coordination. Thank you, ICMR, RMRC, for your participation. Thank you, UNICEF, for your coordination. Thank you, everyone. See you soon at some other place. Namaskar. I'm Anchor Shobna Mishra signing off. Have a great night.
Go on.